Mr. Sabia is late. No, he's on time, right? Was a joke. Okay, so we are ready, I think. Giovanni, Demos? Go quorum? Okay. Perfect. Doors closed. We're ready. Okay. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to start today with the first Italmobiliare Capital Market Day. Here, I think the following page, the agenda for the day. We start with our chair, Professor Laura Zanetti, and our CEO, Carlo Pesenti, for a strategic outlook of Italmobiliare. And then we're going to have our CSO, Stefano Gardi, with an overview of our ESG strategy and execution. Moving on to the portfolio company session, we will start with Caffè Borbone and Santa Maria Novella. Then a coffee break, no need to mention who's our technical sponsor. Then in sequence, Casa della Salute, Tecnica and Bene Assicurazioni. Break for lunch at 1 p.m. Back to work at 2:30 with Clessidra, Italgen and Citi. Each of the portfolio companies will take a couple of questions after the session. So, use this time very carefully. Our chair and CEO will close the day with a general Q&A session. Last and very important, a quick safety brief. In case of emergency, take the exit behind you, and then follow the evacuation route marked in green, in order. Down the staircase, then bear right to the main court and reach the master point just outside the main entrance of the building. Italmobiliare personnel is prepared to assist you. Leave the luggage and heavy items behind you. Your safety is much more important than your suitcase. Now, let's start. I'm pleased to leave the floor to our chair, Professor Laura Zanetti.
Good morning. Welcome to Italmobiliare's first Capital Market Day, and thank you for being here with us. And welcome and thanks to all of you connected remotely from abroad. It's the first time Italmobiliare organizes its Capital Market Day, and it's a pleasure for us to welcome you in this place, where we also held the first meeting of portfolio companies in 2018. It's the home of ISPI, an important research center of which Italmobiliare is a founder, a real think tank focused on geopolitical issues, contributing to the development of Europe. So thanks to ISPI for hosting us today. And it's a place, Palazzo Clerici, with a great artistic heritage and meaning. These beautiful paintings belongs to Tiepolo. In the ceilings is depicted the chariot race of the sun among the Olympian gods, surrounded by the allegories of the 4 continents. At the period there were only 4, and the allegories of the art. So a strong and high purpose, a good omen, especially during these days. We are in a period of huge changes and challenges, and I believe companies must be resilient and flexible, but especially forward-looking, ready to change, able to react to change and to anticipate changes. As mentioned, this is Italmobiliare's first Capital Market Day, meaning organized in this format with the presence of the top management of portfolio companies, whom I thanks for being here today. But of course, we have in this year done many other things to increase and strengthen the dialogue with the market. We entered the star segment of a stock exchange, participated to the main equity conferences, met investors and talked to shareholders, and reached a broader equity research coverage. So thanks to Alarico and Leonardo and the IR team for their hard work. And the Capital Market Day is for us particularly important since we believe in the market and we listen to all shareholders. In fact, Italmobiliare has grown significantly during the past year. As you can see, NAV increased from 1.5 to 2.2 billion euro since 2017, always paying attention to the stimulus and suggestion coming from the market. The evolution of Italmobiliare, I can say, has been strongly linked to the suggestion received by the market. And Italmobiliare is today one of the key investors in the private mid-market in Italy and became a reference point for this ecosystem and has some distinguished features compared to other investment companies, which are, in my view, its main strength. First of all, it's family-controlled, at the same time listed in the stock exchange, meaning being long-term oriented and disciplined. The Pesenti family has been one of the leading families who shaped the Italian industrial system and is continuing its role and responsibility nowadays. Italmobiliare has therefore strong entrepreneurial and industrial roots, more than 150 years, and acts as strategic partners. We know the entrepreneurs and we understand their needs, speak the same language, and act as benchmark to many of them. Italmobiliare is characterized by a strong corporate governance system, real attention to ESG value drivers and metrics, meaning we act responsibly. ESG, as we will listen in a moment, is fully integrated in the strategy, and we give importance to the company culture. These are real values, intangible assets, which should be transferred into the market value. And let me highlight the most important intangible asset, the very strong management team, the real capital of every organization, human capital, which in my view is the most important intangible asset, being able to attract and retain talents and foster growth. Strong management at every level of the organization and in the holding, helping the portfolio companies to implement the strategy. So let me thank the management. Another distinctive feature is the organizational structure with few investment platforms, which in a moment will be presented by Mr. Pesenti, which can leverage know-how and asset-based built over time. One of the platforms which now competitors are imitating is the private capital platform Clerici, with private equity, private debt, and factoring, playing an important role within the group, being able, in fact, to increase the overall firepower of Italmobiliare in terms of growth perspective and asset under management from approximately 2.2 billion to almost 4 billion. And last, but of course not least, as a consequence of this distinctive culture and strategy, the attention to the market and shareholders, dividend distribution has evolved during the years and has been generous. Distribution to shareholders has increased 64% in the last 6 years, with a cumulative payout of 400 million euro distributed in dividends over the past 7 years. The market is not recognizing the full potential value, given the actual market cap compared to NAV, the much debated in financial literature holding discount. And let me highlight that our NAV, the net asset value, is computed rigorously, with a rigorous and consistent procedure and an independent advisor valuing the portfolio companies twice a year. Some other actions have been recently taken, such as the buyback over the summer, and we are confident that some additional elements on asset rotation and a more balanced dividend distribution policy should help to close the gap with other European holding companies. So it's a continuous evolution, and we can expect to implement some other changes in coherence with a changing environment and the hints arising also from today's discussion. Therefore, thank you in advance for the suggestion you will provide us. I leave now the floor to Mr. Pesenti for the presentation. Thank you again for being here and wishing you a very productive and fruitful day. Thank you.
Grazie, Laura. Thank you very much for your introduction. Welcome to everybody to this first Capital Market Day Italmobiliare is going to hold. Just before entering, a colleague of mine remembered me that our first capital that I was managing was in 2001. At the time, we were in Borsa Italiana, and Italcementi was presenting his strategy and result. So long time ago. If I may go back, sorry, one slide, just to show you that there is something that remembers us, Italcementi, at the entrance of Italmobiliare. And the entrance, there is a painting that represents one of the first cement plants that Italcementi was operating in the 1800s. That is our legacy and represent our values. So let's come to today, this day. And I'm very pleased, and Laura, you touched one very important point. I'm very pleased to have you here. We thought it was the right time to expose our investors, the markets, to deeply into our portfolio companies and into our management in order to get a feedback. What is very relevant at the end of this meeting, I would like to have your opinions, views, critics, in order to improve our strategy and maybe trigger some actions. So my presentation will follow this agenda. A few words on our portfolio, how it was formed, the performance. A few words on the tools we are adopting in Italmobiliare in order to deploy our strategy. And then maybe one slide on future development. Then I leave the stage to Stefano Gardi for the ESG deep dive. This is okay. Going back to 2016, Italcementi did exit our portfolio, Italmobiliare portfolio. So we, together with the new board, we start thinking about the investment strategy of Italmobiliare. We set up a new team. We set up guidelines. And we start acting, investing. And we targeted mid-sized companies. Italy was and is today our playground. Mid-cap companies with high potentials, with a solid business model, with innovative products or processes, with brands and cash flow. So we start investing, offering them our active role as a strategic partner, our ESG values, principles, very transformative, and strong risk management assessment. Even more, we are, as Laura said, we are very focused on governance. Governance is one of our, I would say, values. So the objective was the sustainable success of our investments in the long term. Going in more details, more numbers, figures. We started in 2017. Our benchmark year is 2017. At that time, the portfolio of Italmobiliare was not rational, I would say, because of the liquidity event. We had too much cash in our hands. Stocks, listed participation, mainly Heidelberg shares, and a mix of portfolio companies. That was the beginning. Bear in mind, remember that in 2017, the issue was, where do we put money, cash? Because Italy was not the most reliable country in Europe. So our risk management was very much focused on where to put our cash. Then we launched the new strategy, and we start investing. And that's the outcome. June 2025. Portfolio is totally reshaped. 2/3 of the portfolio is represented by portfolio companies. We have other investment, a private equity exposure, and we have a buffer of cash, 10%, almost 10% of cash. You see the logos of the companies we were investing in. 10 portfolio companies. Big effort from the team in order to generate a deal flow and select those portfolio companies. There was also a major activity as far as disposal is concerned. So we invested 740 million. We divested 870 million, part where we had a big share, of course. And we cashed in and distributed 400 million euros of cash received from portfolio companies, and we distributed 400 million euros in cash. Sector diversification, yes. We are exposed to many sectors. We are avoiding some sectors. We do not like infrastructure. We do not like regulated business. We can eat almost everything, but we like solid business models. One personal remark, how this was a major effort, was, I wouldn't say successful, but we did a lot of things. And I think one of the catalysts of this ability of Italmobiliare, of the team, to implement our strategies, to invest, was our first acquisition. That is marginal, but it's not marginal anymore, but at that time was very marginal, was the Clerici acquisition. Clerici and his team, the people that then joined Clerici, was able to support and to accelerate our investment expansion. NAV is 2.2 billion. Overall, total assets under management within, including consolidating Clerici, is 3.94 billion euros. 4 major pillars in our portfolio companies. We already mentioned them. Double-digit expected returns. Then the private equity pillar. Clerici is the main focus of our investment, that asset class, but also we put money in countries, areas, sectors we can't reach by our own. Technology, venture capital, US. So that was the reason, the strategy behind this exposure. We have other investments that are generated by opportunities generated by our portfolio. Private equity, we are co-investor and we are supporting Clerici in his investment strategy. Cash, it's our, we call it raw material, so we need a buffer of cash in order to be able to support our portfolio companies, to support them in their investment policy, in their acquisition. We always are looking at opportunities that may come, so we need it in order to be able to invest and to operate. Overall, rough figure, aggregated figure. Turnover of this perimeter is 1.7 billion euros. This slide deals more with NAV performance in 2017-2025. It's a waterfall, very basic, very easy to understand. So at the beginning, NAV was 1.5 up to 2.2, but in between there is a value creation generated. We generated 1.50 billion euros. It means M/N ratio 1.6, 1.7, but we distributed 400 million euros in dividends. You have the ratios, you have the numbers. As far as dividend is concerned, different from private equity, we like dividends. We expect our portfolio companies to generate cash flow and distribute dividends. Dividends are feeding our costs, but also are feeding our dividends. So today, steady state, we are expected to cash in every year about 50 million euros dividend from our portfolio companies. Bear in mind this, because we will take this number later on in the presentation. Share performance, 2017, we are up now to 31 and something. So positive IRR, positive M&M, positive IRR at share level. Discount, that is one of our issues. Focusing on the portfolio company's performance, other figures, sorry, I'm boring you with too many numbers, but just to recap we invested roughly 800 million or 800 million euros. Okay, before 2017, there was a few other holdings we kept. So 800 is the NAV related to portfolio companies. Value creation, 900 euros, impressive. We cashed in 200 million euros in dividend, and we have exit for 100 million euros. So the performance of the portfolio companies bucket is 2.2 M&M, a 17% IRR. I'd like also to stress the fact that having invested 800, we cashed in 324, means a DPI ratio of 40%. Going to dividends in capital remuneration, this is the payout from 2018. You see that there are blocks in our dividends. There is what we call ordinary dividends, growth in this year 9%, and we added in 2020, 2022, 2024 a bucket of what we call extraordinary, a buffer of what we call extraordinary dividend. That was related to cash and liquidity events. So that was our strategy to pay out extra dividend in case of major liquidity event within our portfolio. Good strategy. The strategy, our policy was 1.5, we disclosed 1.5% of NAV plus these extraordinary dividends. That was somehow asked or requested by shareholders. Italmobiliare is a contemporary holding, investment holding, is not a private equity. We tried to create something in between. This year, we did something different. We improved our ordinary dividend, but also we activated a small buyback. So we are trying to put in place other means or other ways to pay dividend, given our policy, dividend policy that states that we are going to pay roughly 2% of NAV as dividend. I'm sure later on in the Q&A session, there will be some debate on dividend policy. This couple of slides might be interesting. It tells you how we were able to create this portfolio and how do we manage the portfolio currently, but also with respect of future options. We drafted a playbook. So that was something we felt as needed. So we need rules, we need guidelines, we need principles that allow us to define standards, operational and managerial rules. And the playbook was created a few years ago with the support of a consultant, with Bain as a consultant and advisor. And it takes care of our investments, even before they are investment, they are opportunities, down to exits. taking care of the whole life of the investments, all the processes, taking care about operations, investments, M&A, but also governance, risk management, and people management, of course, sustainability. This is very effective, very structured. It's what I would call the Italmobiliare way of managing our companies. Behind the playbook, we have people, we have an organization that is made of roughly 30 people, very small, but very much talented people, experienced people, very expert and knowledgeable in their specific area. Everything is, being a small organization, is very much shared. We have meetings, we have other opportunities in order to share views, ideas, and implement actions. On top of it, Laura is board of directors, of course. You are at the top of the pyramid. This is a very easy slide. Depending on the KPI you are adopting, you can put arrows going up, up, up. But in general, I have to say that performances of our portfolio companies, thanks to their own business model, but also thanks to the support we were giving and the choices and the decision, all performed very well. This is one KPI, is turnover, so all the companies were growing according or even better than our business plan. So this is, I don't go into detail, but you see how Italmobiliare was contributing to those companies and the growth and the performance and the success of their success. Many levers, many opportunities, M&A, internationalization, people. That is one of our key priorities. Back. I think what will be very interesting of this meeting, that you will meet the people, CEOs of these companies. Very interesting. I think you will be very much impressed by them. Then we have a second tool. Again, this is something we implemented because of an input from the market. The market investors were asking us very often, what will you do with your holdings? How long you will keep them? What is your strategy? What is your tactics? So we developed a second tool that deals with strategy, how we manage those holdings. How do they fit in our portfolio? How do they fit in our strategy? The context is changing, markets are changing, risks are evolving. So we created this matrix. We have key factors, criteria that we monitor. These are on the left, dealing with a market perspective, competition. It's a deep analysis on exogenous and endogenous factors within the company. And then we create a matrix and we put companies' holdings in this matrix. And we see that our companies' holdings that we support, we decide to invest, to expand throughout organic growth, non-organic growth, M&A, and there are assets that are more mature that we consider, I wouldn't say available for sale, but we can create an exit path. On time, yeah. Future strategy. Companies are growing. Companies are developing. We have plans. We are renewing plans for strategic plan for our companies, but we are thinking about the future of the portfolio. And thanks to what we are learning, what we learn, and what will are the expectations from the markets, I believe that in a few years, in a meeting, another meeting we will take in 5 years, we will have a portfolio that will be slightly different shape, portfolio companies at the core, but less portfolio companies, more platform. We are capitalizing on the know-how, on the market, on the business models in order to expand these companies becoming a platform. More focus on our know-how, on sector know-how. So the plus opportunistic exits and opportunistic entries. Dividends and rotation. You see here that the portfolio is now generating exits, and you see what we did since 2021. It's maturing, it's getting more mature, so it's generating exits opportunities. So over the buffer base load of 30, 50 million dividends from portfolio companies, we are fairly confident that we will be able to add some million of euros coming from exits generated in the next years. And this will allow higher shareholder remuneration. And at the end of my slides, I'd like to call now, Stefano Gardi, that is now, prego, venga, deep dive on ESG. ESG is taken very seriously in Italmobiliare, as it was before. So I'd like to ask you to present your 4 slides on ESG. Prego.
So. Okay, so thanks a lot. As Mr. Presidente was saying, also sustainability has very solid root in Italmobiliare. Started from the industrial experience he mentioned before, and actually at the turn of the year 2000, we were already starting building serious programs on sustainability in a time in which sustainability was not an even known term in many of the geography in which we were active. And of course, we have been capitalizing on this experience and trying to transfer all this approach and strategical approach to the companies we are managing today. So it's a different type of animal that we're running today, but of course, the level of understanding that we've been building from the industrial experience is very much important. And what is needed to create a solid approach to sustainability? First of all, there is one thing that is unavoidable: vision and drive from the CEO. So thank you, Mr. Pesenti, for ensuring this since then. And of course, we need to have solid references and engaging on international platforms. And we wanted to be, as always, kind of selective. We don't want to have, thousands of participation in every type of initiatives and paper and charter and so on and so forth. So we've been selecting 3. So we are supporting UN Global Compact, the most important worldwide organization promoting sustainability around the 4 pillars of human rights, labor rights, environment, and business integrity. And of course, promoting the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And second chapter, very much important, the women's empowerment principles that we feel as a way to improve the overall skill and capacity of our workforce, including our management team that has been depicted by Mr. Pesenti. And last but not least, of course, the urging commitment towards decarbonization, and there's no better way to engage on decarbonization than joining the science-based target initiatives, as it says from itself. It means having targets for decarbonization, which are science-based, especially in a period in which, I'm going to say, sometimes we balance ignorance with freedom of saying whatever we want, and knowledge is very much important, setting targets which are in line with the expectation of decarbonization worldwide set by the Paris Agreements in 2015. And this is engaging the whole companies in doing this. What is very much important is that all of these elements are deeply embedded in the governance documents that we are adopting, and this is valid for the holding, Italmobiliare, but also for each and every of the portfolio companies. And this, so you find the references, and we become slow for the running the operation of the group within the Code of Ethics, the sustainability policies, the responsible investment policies, for example, for Italmobiliare and Clerici, and the partnership charter, which is including also the code of conduct with suppliers and so on and so forth. And you can say from the news in the newspaper how much is important to run the supply chain in a proper way. You know, we have some news about some Italian brands in the very last few hours, which are kind of disappointing. And of course, this is the background that you will find within any of the presentation by the portfolio company later on. So whatever they will say, there is this in the back, so there will be more detailed about some specific initiative they are doing, but this is a common ground that we are all following. And Mr. Pesenti has been mentioning the playbook, and we have a document that is called Responsible Investment Policy, in which you find a kind of a dedicated pillar of the playbook about sustainability. What you see there is the typical, let's say, process that we have when we are investing. So the screening that we do before closing a contract. We have a kind of an exclusion list, so a negative screening. You see some of the sectors from which we are staying away, including heavy fuels, fossil fuels, for example, nuclear, and you see there. Some of those elements are real negative screening, so exclusion. Some other cases are commitment. For example, when we say that we don't want to invest in high forest impact sectors, we accept the challenge of investing in sectors that are linked to deforestation. For example, we have coffee, but in which we are very quickly implementing a no deforestation and no conversion policy, as we did with Caffè Borbone. And as you see, we have things that we do the first year, that we call the onboarding year, and things that we do, of course, more specializing depending on the type of business in which we are dealing in terms of what we are building as pillars for environment, social and governance issue, with some element in common that has been depicted by the main commitment in the previous slide. So. And very important, what you see in the first two lines in the bottom of the slide, that there is a continuous work, engagement, active ownership, and exchange of brilliant mind with all the portfolio companies for monitoring and making this real and effective. Of course, performance, because we want to measure. If you don't measure, we are not able to improve. And this is just a snapshot, of course. If you want better information, you have plenty of it in the sustainability report that from this year is fully integrated in the annual report. And then, you see how the leading indicators they were following are linked to the sustainable development goals that we've been choosing as the leading one. So gender equality is starting for, and I can say behind each of these lines we have different meaning. Gender equality is not just for the sake of purely having balance between women and men, but it's creating higher level of culture, engagement, adding other skill, mindset to the table of decision, which is the most important for business. You see how much we've been improving over the years, and we feel that the outlook for 2025 is still increasing. So, of course, it's not the only challenge we have on gender equality, but it's already a good signal. Decent work, we use the health and safety, the injury factor, of course, there's the only one that is good for us is 0. We have to fight for that. We don't have yet brilliant results, but this year looks like for the time being at least with 1/3 of the accident we have last year. So probably we could finish the year below a factor of 2, which is probably going to be the best performance ever in the history of the group. Responsible production, just to remind ourselves that resources are finished, they are limited, and we need to source materials in a proper way. Fighting climate change, no discussion. Probably this is the more holistic indicators that we have. Consider that each of these indicators are referring to the consolidated portfolio, but climate change, because of course the carbon footprint is measured including all the indirect portfolio that we have, for example, through minorities or through clessidra and so on and so forth. So see the reduction that we made, at least in the last 2-3 years. We almost halved our, let's say, footprint in terms of, this is expressed in tons of CO2 per million of revenues, but whatever is the type of indicator that you use per unit of NAV or whatever, we are dramatically reducing our footprint, and this is made on real things. Business integrity and partnership for sustainability, of course, what we have behind is that we want to have solid supply chain, solid integrity culture in the companies, and even maintaining 100% is not easy, because of course consider that we don't do it like for like monitoring of the performance. So in each year you might have additional companies entering the group, so you have to start all over again, and for example maintaining 100% performance of companies with the proper level of governance is a challenge that is renewing each and every year. Last slide is presenting the improvement, and Professor Zanetti has told us which are the main achievements from 2017 on today, and see how we've been improving also the recognition of the work we have done on sustainability through ratings. Ratings are not perfect tools, but are, of course, are helping understanding, and we have been, again, we have been choosing only 3 basic ones that we are using also for the, that are embedded also in the long-term incentive of the managers, and we use a sustainability risk one that is Morningstar Sustainalytics, in which we are at, let's say, the best level of performance we might achieve, so low exposure of the portfolio, a strong management, that is what we like most. And then we have S&P Global, which is performance-based, very challenging, on which we have made a strong recovery of performance. Still, we have room for improvement that we are following. And CDP is the major indicators for the quality of the decarbonization process that we are doing. And so in 2-3 years, we've been shifting from a C level to an A-, so on the A list, meaning is the highest, almost the highest notch of a rating we may achieve. Of course, this has to be confirmed all over again over the years, because each and every year, even the screening of ratings is becoming more and more challenges. They're introducing new criteria, or they're, you know, narrowing the acceptation, and so on and so forth. So it's a never-ending story. Like Mr. Pesenti says all the time, sustainability is never once for all. Anytime you're getting some closer to your targets, you have to renew it and relaunch it and shift even further away. So this is the way we are doing, and you will see also in the presentation of the portfolio all the details and the things that they are doing. Thanks a lot.
Grazie, Stefano. 2 remarks on this presentation. As for Italmobiliare, the whole group, ESG sustainability is relevant, a key factor. You have to know that there is money behind these ratings, so management is paid upon ratings achievement. Second, every single board of directors of any single portfolio company opens with an ESG update, no matter what. So the first topic discussed is ESG. Third one, maybe you don't know, but this year, Sole 24 Ore made a ranking of, on sustainability, evaluating companies upon their commitment on sustainability. And I have to say that Italmobiliare was part of this ranking. And in the ranking, there is written here, we were first. It doesn't happen so often, but we were the first in Italy. So thank you to Stefano Gardi and the whole management, all the people, all the companies, because of their effort on ESG. And as far as sustainability, ESG, or responsibility is concerned, 2 last slides, very, Alarico, can I take it 2 minutes? Okay. First one is on Fondazione Pesenti. Fondazione is our family foundation that was founded in 2004, and is side of Italmobiliare, supported by Italmobiliare, but it developed its own strategy. Charity, philanthropy, education, research, is very active, and I'd like to promote this last initiative by Fondazione. Jointly with Fondazione Corriere della Sera, it's Odissea Terra. It's a public program for events dedicated to sustainability. Very successful. It's held in Milano and Bergamo. Every of each meeting, there were 150,000 people connected on streaming. So huge success. So we are very happy of this. Second is Gressart. This is an initiative by Italmobiliare supported by Fondazione. It's a place we opened in Bergamo. It's culture, it's art, it's social activity. It's very, again, launched last year. Seems very successful. We had 2 exhibitions, a lot of people coming. And alongside of the exhibition, it's open today, it's on war. We had a public event, parallel, again, very successful. We had 4 Nobel Prize winners in Bergamo, held in conferences, hundreds of people attending, very successful. So this is just 2 examples to tell you that Italmobiliare wants to be a responsible player on this planet. Thank you very much. Chi abbiamo?
Thank you, Enrico. No, morning to everyone, and welcome also from my side. Ok, il pulsante, il verde va avanti? Dopo, later. A very quick introduction of myself. I'm the first CEO of Caffè Borbone. My name is Marco. I'm in a quite wide experience on fast-moving consumer goods, starting from shelf-stable products to diary products, cosmetics, and household cleaners. With a private company, public company, management turnaround. So my experience is quite wide. But in the last 4 years in Borbone, I have to say thanks to many colleagues here, Leonardo, Alberto, Stefano, Delia, for supporting us in the growth, and we'll see later some numbers. But today is not for me, today is for Caffè Borbone, so let's start with us. But this is truly what we are and who we are. This is Borbone. Borbone was born in 1999. It's a very young company compared with the Lavazza, 130, and many others, big players around the world. So Borbone is very young, and the beginning of the experience with Italmobiliare, we are talking about 2018. Borbone was a local jewel. Most of our turnover was we used to say below Rome, so central and south Italy. The dimension of EBDI was quite interesting, 20 million. Number of colleagues, 150. Most of those guys were involved in production, logistics, roughly 20 guys outside selling coffee through distributors, mainly through distributors. Yearly 9,000 tons of coffee. After 7 years, a sort of Guinness Book of Records, let me say. Now we are 330-something million, okay, multiplied by 3.54. EBITDA is around 70 million, again, multiplied by 3.4. Number of people involved, the colleagues of mine are 380. Most of those are involved in sales so far, international sales, Italian sales, business intelligence, marketing, trade marketing, so the organization has changed deeply. And the last quite important number is how many tons of coffee pass through our company. Just to give you an idea, a bunch of 20-foot container, 5 a day. This is the average. We unload 20 tons for container a day, so in a year 1,700 is a huge quantity of organic material that we cook and then we put in something. We see later what we do. The ranking of Borbone is the #1 in single serve in Italy in terms of volume. We are the first one in Europe in Easy 44. This is a typology of single serve. Consider that the dimension of the market estimate is 3.5 billion. We produce every year 1.5 billion of paper pots, compostable paper pots. Again, another numbers, we are the #1 in Amazon. We see later what does it mean. And then the last, we are very interesting, growing index, BDA, compared with all others, roasters in the industrial scenario for the industry. Okay, but what makes such interesting Borbone? Is a combination of things. To simplify, the first one is productivity, industrial capabilities. We have 60 production lines divided by typology of single serve. Our workload is 24/7, so the company is always open. We just close the production lines Sunday afternoon just for deep cleaning, and then we work during the day, during the night. Okay, this is the asset, is one of our assets. The other point is that we have a very, very short inventory in terms of finished product, 5 days. You have to consider that a top item stay in our warehouse 20 hours, okay? And this is another very important parameter. And 100% of our energies come from renewable energies. This is for the plant. On the other side, we can see our business model, which is fully dedicated to single serve. We are Borbone is a sort of game changer in this dimension because usually roasters has 80% of turnover comes from roast and ground, so beans and ground coffee, and 20% is single serve. We are the opposite. 80% is single serve, and just a few quantities move through beans and roast and ground. Divided by typology, because you know we are a master and commander in producing compatible solution. Moving through the other ingredients of the cake are the distribution strategy and how much we invest in communication and brand notoriety. These two elements are fundamental for the mix. The first one is that keep in mind that we move only for home consumption. We are not involved in HoReCa, pub, restaurant, food service, and so on, so far. And we are fully dedicated to put our energy in home consumption. So convince people to try Caffè Borbone, to use Caffè Borbone. Our strategy is an omnichannel strategy. We distribute Caffè Borbone in retail chain, Amazon, and specialized shops. Just one point on Amazon, we are by far the top-selling SKU. If you move on the Amazon page, on the corner on the left, there's a browser window. You click there, there's a top-ranking product, food and household products. The first item is Nespresso compatible plastic blue 100 pieces Borbone. 78,000 reviews is a huge amount of reviews. 4.5 is the, let me say, the ranking. So this makes Borbone absolutely a phenomenon. On the other side, we have the investment in awareness. We invest a lot of money in communication. Now the communication in Borbone is very fragmented in different, let me say, touch points, because consumers are changing and also touch points are changing. In the past, we invested, the majority of the investment were on TV. Now, roughly 40%. All the other money are put on digital solution, brand content, and other activities on that. The last dimension you can see there is a sort of checkup. It's called health brand check. And the health brand check define how healthy is the brand. We can see that the awareness and the consideration of Borbone is huge compared with the other big brands, but it's also huge trial, repurchase, and loyalty, which are the other parameters that makes a healthy and a brand. So these 5 ingredients make so interesting Borbone and so performing. These are some numbers of the last 7 years. You can see that we moved from 95 million to 335. This is the first parameters. The second one is the market share. This is the volume market share you can see there, starting from 4% to 17%. This is our market share in modern distribution in Italy. The other point is the share of our, and we'll see later the importance of that on our international sales. Now, 11% of our turnover comes from abroad, and this is another very interesting parameter. And this is also the big opportunity that the Borbone has. Borbone, consider that all the roasters makes Italian roasters, 60% comes from Italy, 40% come from abroad, or more than 50% come from abroad, so we have a huge opportunity abroad. Here we also highlight investments. This is another strong element in our business. We invest in the last 7 years 70 million. Most of these investments are in production lines, but also in buildings. We opened in 2023 brand new warehouse to storage green coffee, 5,000 square meters. We opened last August in a warehouse for finished product, 12,000 square meters, again, brand new. So the company is growing, even in dimension, okay? The last 2 parameters, which are very interesting for the platea, are the cash flow. You can see here, 200 million, sorry, and dividends, 188 in the last 7 years. So very interesting figures. In this period, I want to highlight that the organization is changed. We introduce competencies, processes, way on working in Borbone, because Borbone was a very basic, let me say, company. Now we have a quite well-organized team, competencies and people and commitment. On the other side, as mentioned by Mr. Pesenti and Stefano, can say that the ESG trajectory is not only a trajectory, is in a way on act. We act and we put at the first point of our agenda ESG every time, and people are committed to that. Now we see where we are really involved, and this chart. We'll follow the 4 pillars, which are we join a UN Global Compact. We sign SBTI, so we are committed to net zero within 2050. And so we have put in place a lot of activities in order to reduce our impact in terms of CO2. We submit every year sustainability report, and we every month check our ESG program. So this is a part of the processes of the management. The second part, you have to consider that 80% of our CO2 impact comes from the origin, where coffee grow. Coffee grow in Brazil, in Uganda, in Vietnam, in India. And the majority of the quantity comes from how fertilizer I put in the soil, how I act when I'm pruning the tree of coffee, where I put the wood, many things like that one, like this one. And so we started two very pioneer projects, let me say, in Vietnam and India with Olamofi, which is our supplier, for the monitoring and for the processes in agricultural activities. So this is a very, let me say, a new and very advanced project in the origin for the reduction of the CO2 produced. And on the other side, 45% of our coffee is traced, so comes from origin that we know where and what happened in the origin. And this is the aim, and the aim is to cover 80% within 2028. This is the target. Last point is the Mwani project. It's a long project in Uganda. Uganda is an unbelievable place. You have to consider that coffee in Brazil, you have one huge entrepreneur with hectares of coffee. Vietnam and India is something in the middle. Africa is thousands of women that crop coffee, just a few square meters. And this is a huge project for us because no one invests in projects in Africa, because all the roasters invest in Brazil, in India, in Indonesia, in Vietnam. We put our effort there. It's an experience which is not related to coffee who comes in my warehouse, in our warehouse, but it's related to the society there. Women and youth, we teach agricultural practices. We teach how to preserve money, because the crop has a seasonality and money comes in some moment and they have no money in some period, so how they can keep money. Very, very interesting and even touchy. The other key elements is production and products. 75% of our packaging comes from renewable sources, and the less than 50% is sustainable products. So you have that we produce roughly 1.5 billion pieces of compostable paper pots, and the target is to be 100% sustainable in the future. But here we have some awards, but awards is important, but it's better to act. Okay, the opportunity abroad for Caffè Borbone, I think is huge. As I mentioned before, roasters, Italian roasters makes the majority of the turnover abroad. We have a huge opportunity here. This is the growth in the last few years, multiplied by 13, okay. There's a quite room and space abroad. But the idea is very clear. We have to fix a dedicated portfolio, because international consumption of coffee is not always the same coffee. It's not only espresso. There's many different ways to drink coffee. The second one is we must be focalized on specific regions. We fixed North America, USA and Canada, Iberica, Peninsula, so Spain and Portugal, and Germany. So this is our priority abroad. Priority means that we develop sales, but also marketing investment. So this is our model. An independent research put Borbone among the most valuable brands, international brands, 50 international brands abroad. So it's not just for, I don't know if it's a mistake or something like that, but this is the number. And here the brand of some very interesting retail chain that now assorted Borbone, Costco, just for example, in Canada, very interesting results in the last 2 years, especially with the Nespresso NCC, Nespresso compatible cups in aluminium, okay? Finito il tempo, I have to change, okay. I move in the next one, which are the priorities for the future, very simple, 3 pillars. The first one is to keep our position in the south, in Italy, and to gain market share in the north. There are still space in Nespresso, in Dolce Gusto, and so we have to catch and to conquer other market share in the north of Italy. The expansion abroad, as the priority I mentioned before, and the last point is to keep our trajectory on sustainability and to be fully sustainable for the future with our entire portfolio. The last chart we kept for at the end is just to anticipate your questions. What's happened to the stock exchange, coffee price, unbelievable, perfect storm? Just 2 things. The perfect storm comes from climate change, water, too much dry, no rain, too much sun, and this is one. The second one, Red Sea, Houthi, Suez Channel, geopolitical issues, Trump, Dazi, duties, tariff, no commercial, no stock exchange, speculation. So this keep and bring the price of the coffee, you can see here in an index compared with 2021, is 2.5, much expensive than in the past. So it's an impact which is unbelievable, but I think that Borbone shows his capability to keep and generate value. So if you have a look on the right, on the corner, you can see that the impact in terms of million compared to the 2021 cost, pure cost, 65 million of cost increase. And the organization has been able to cover 80% of such impact, so we recover 50 million thanks to price increase. And again, means that Borbone is able to keep his value, volumes, and efficiency. In the bottom part, we can see the impact in 2024 of the inventory. The inventory was, again, higher than 60 million because the cost of the coffee, but also our decision in order to increase the coverage in terms of month of coffee stored in our warehouse because of the shortage of Robusta and because of the shipping time, which is longer than in the past. So this impact the cash flow, but it's just in a phenomena will be recovered, and then the figures of 2025 already show that. So my presentation is over. Alarico is watching me, is not so nice. I'm open for questions. You consider that our bigger customer so far is Amazon, 50 million.
You plan to take on any more price increases to, because coffee prices continue?
We have I don't have the crystal ball of what should happen in the cost of coffee, but I have just 3 solutions: price, keep price. Keep efficiency, okay? Keep efficiency, and leverage on volumes. There's no other ingredients on that. Hoping that coffee cost should decrease, but the 3 elements are the real points. Okay, I leave the stage to Ludwig.
Maria Novella with CEO Ludwig Pont. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We'll go on the quick presentation of myself. I joined Santa Maria Novella in September 25, so I'm in my 5th week of joining the company. I come from a background of fashion and luxury. I worked in and I worked with some of the most luminous entrepreneurs and creative visionaries in the industry in the past 15 years. So I was very lucky to be part of important success stories and business evolution in the industry. And I'm very happy, and I also feel very honored to be able to lead this incredible and unique brand that is Officina Profumo Farmaceutica di Santa Maria Novella. I think we can go into a brief video of the history of the brand. So while joining and a bit before joining, we had the opportunity to work on a brand positioning project together with Italmobiliare and Bain, and also onboard a new creative direction that allow us to align, let's say, in terms of the brand vision that I will present to you today. So we can say that Santa Maria Novella is transforming care into a timeless sensory experience rooted in Florentine tradition and botanical mastery. As you've seen in the history, we have behind us 800 years of history. Santa Maria Novella is part of Italian culture, history, has an incredible legacy, and was born out of an idea of taking care of people, doing good, and being there for the community. Based in Florence, the soul of the brand is in Florence. We have the incredible luck to still be in the place where it was born 800 years ago, in Via della Scala, really nearby the Cathedral of Santa Maria Novella, and being part of the history and the culture of Florence. The way the Dominican frate have fought and started the brand was really to take care of their community, and then themselves as the first step, and then their community, and then it enlarged this community all around Italy, and then later in France and over the world. The concept of timeless care is really embedded into the brand, and the mastery of botanical knowledge and really the pharmacy that was behind the way they cared people about natural remedies and the plants, and how they evolved into really understanding how to use nature and knowledge to be able to be there and function into this way of interacting with the people around them. That has been always brought forward in the way the brand has exchanged with its community. Another pillar of the brand is the hidden gem. I think Santa Maria Novella is a brand that you will never completely know, even if the historians, the archivists we work with, they keep discovering, because when you have the oldest pharmacy, the oldest brand in the world, actually, you can never know everything. So watching a documentary, reading a book about Italian history, you'll find some references that talk about us and what was done in the centuries. So I think we want to keep that in the mindset of the way we express the brand, a continuous discovery into our stores, into our products, in the way you interact with the product and the way you use it. So this is something we have dear to our heart to keep into the brand strategy. I'll give you a brief overview of the product offer that is unique. I mean, we have the chance to have products that have crossed centuries and being still able to have them handmade in Florence, and with a production that is completely integrated and vertical. So the first pillar is fragrances. It's an iconic product since 1533, where Catherine de Medici, defined her perfume Acqua della Regina, that is still there, and I think you can see them featured in the little stand we have outside. And most recently, let's say a few years ago, the development of the EDP Eau de Parfum line that is now a big share of our success into fragrance. We see important opportunities into elevating even more and introducing new lines into the fragrance world with references to the past, and more we deep dive into what was done in the past, more we are inspired of what kind of product can be launched on the market today. On the skincare and body care, I think we have an important strength of botanical mastery. Nowadays, consumers are really attentive on formulation, efficiency, of course, but the fact that we are born as natural and botanical formulation is very important and give us an important strength in the market. Today we see a potential to amplify our offer and change also a bit the paradigm of how skincare is presented to consumer, and allow also to have a more consultation experience in the future of our store concept. In terms of home care, we are probably the most iconic items, Melograno, that you can see here, but also our potpourri. More than unique, they're iconic, and they are part of many homes and have this very emotional link for people. When you see it somewhere, or when you find it in a place, it has this connection between the people that actually use them. We have a very loyal consumer on this category that we can definitely increase and nurture. And we see really important opportunities also offering further formats and also playing in our price range into this category. Ancient formulation. This is the best opportunity we have into giving and expressing the story of Santa Maria Novella. Even if some categories and some products are quite marginal, they have such an important relevance in the history and the way they were born, that this is for communication and also looking into different sectors of how to interact with the brand. This category of product are really amazing. Regarding ESG, I think when you're thinking about sustainability in a brand that is 8 centuries old, we are sustainable by nature, we could say, even if we still have a lot of work to do. I'm looking at but by the principle, it's embedded in the way the brand was born, and sometimes the evolution, things can get even better. So let's say our botanical legacy and the way we are looking into ingredients. We have, opened a garden in Florence. We're looking into different gardens and botanical gardens in the world. And we have the knowledge and the processes of treating, natural ingredients in-house. Maybe we were the first ones, and we maintain also taking the right people that have the knowledge to match innovation with this legacy on the way we treat our ingredients. The carbon neutrality, so we are following the SBTi. We are now 100% renewable energy in electricity, and we're working on transport, product, and packaging. We have onboarded a new creative team that is working on a lot of packaging, which allow us also to have the update on sustainability. Health and safety, we are a vertical company with a production in-house, and we are going into a zero accident following Italmobiliare guidelines, and a direct control of our production. That is, we have labeled it fatto a mano a Firenze, handmade in Florence. That is key in also keeping a close eye onto the whole value chain. Community, first of all, I think, as I said at the beginning, the brand started as something that to give back to the community, and this is something we want to nurture and continue in the right now in the future years. We have an important project in Florence that we'll be able probably to share a little bit more ahead, that will give and bring more space into Santa Maria Novella in Florence, and we are also working with local community and local organization to be able to support the city of Florence and its people. Regarding the evolution, the presence of Santa Maria Novella in the world, we're present in more than 30 countries with a network of directly operated store, wholesale and e-commerce website. The most important geographies right now is splitted on Italy, Europe, APAC, and US. We see important opportunities in the development of this current geography and our presence in the current market, especially in the US and China and other Asian countries. We have, of course, the most important store in the world, our flagship in Florence, 40 stores that are directly operated. That has been quite an important evolution since Italmobiliare entry in 2020. And overall, we are present in more or less 400 point of sales between directly operated stores and wholesale corners. Our goal in the channel split is to grow into a retail majority company. So we are seeing now we are at 55% of the US, will reach 70, 80% in the future. Regarding the revenue evolution, so before Italmobiliare entry, the company has grown and had, let's say, mainly operated through Florence and the knowledge of Florence in the world. COVID years arrive. Italmobiliare entered more or less at this moment. It allowed probably the management to restructure and start a new phase of growth. We can see here that the brand more than doubled its revenues since 2019. That reached 70 million last year, with a full recovery after COVID, and has embarked into directly operated stores business since 2021. A few words of the beginning of 25, the growth sustained with a 14% increase in first half of 25, mainly due to growth into the direct-to-consumer and like-for-like, which is also our biggest opportunity, let's say, for this, the year ahead, is our like-for-like growth. Despite the strong investment that Italmobiliare put into Santa Maria Novella, we're talking about around 70 million since the entry, mainly on stores, business development, people, and marketing. We have been able to generate very fair and encouraging profitability. So we have also very positive cash generation and distributed dividend as the guideline of the group suggested. Okay. A few words on the key openings. I've said all the directly operated stores opening. So we increased the presence in Florence, in Milan, where the brand was already present, with very successful stores entry. As you've seen, the Italian market is still very, very important, and no stores, I think, in the world could ever equal Via della Scala, but we see also an opportunity with the right space, with the right client experience, to have stores that generate really important revenues. We have started an evolution and the entry of the market in the US with New York, Boston, Los Angeles, and Las Vegas. This is a market that has been recently, entered in a direct way, and we feel that it has very important potential as our online business in the US is thriving. So it means that the consumer is hungry for the product, and we have potential for growing in the market. A big work also in terms of distributor acquisition and integration has been done to be able to have a better control of the image on the store operations. So in the UK, in Italy, in Venice, and in Japan more recently last year, also allow us this important growth versus 23. And the opening of France with 2 stores in Paris that are also doing very well. I think a few words in Japan. The business has been integrated last year, and since then we have also opened new stores, and we see an important potential on Japanese market. There is a very strong link with Japanese culture and the Florence culture, so we have a very strong emotional link with our Japan consumer. Few words on product launch. So as I said, we had the Eau de Parfum launch over the past 3 years, with a first introduction in 22, then 3 other fragrances in 23, and 4 others in the last year. And the brand reacts really well of new launch, as we can see that The product introduced last year, Aqua, in eau de parfum, is today our best seller worldwide. We had also line extension going through the eau de cologne and eau de parfum into body and face care line. So that's a recap of the latest launch. And we have in the pipeline important product launch developments on all categories. I'm almost finished. A few words on the bridge between, the revenues of 2019 and 24. We have an important like-for-like growth, but also new openings coming, and this is in general also what we forecast in the future with the redesign of the client experience, the brand positioning, the way we are gonna also open up into communication. Our like-for-like potential, we still see a lot of opportunity there, and integration of certain markets in terms of distribution. A few words on future strategy and development. Let's say that it's very important to be able to express this heritage and the history of the brand and everything that is, embedded inside the product, but also the culture on the brand. And this, through creativity and through the right communication, will really be able to reach other targets, other audience that doesn't have the awareness today, because we can say that most of the awareness today is made through Florence and the visit of the store in Florence. So we have also very important opportunity to deliver the story in new channels and new audience. The Officina experience, we're working right now on redefining the store in its globality, not only its architecture, but the way the client interacts with our universe, with the product, with the sales associate, and that has to be really embedded with the first part of how we position Santa Maria Novella and the communication and the expression of its heritage and the craftsmanship today. We want to maintain the holistic and unique offer that we have. And as I said also before, we have an important opportunity in skincare with personalization and natural efficacy. On the business expansion, we are focusing on monobrand and like-for-like growth. At the center of the strategy, we have also important opportunities online, because right now our e-commerce is direct in Europe, in Japan, and in the US, meaning we still have many territories to develop. And it's a brand that online we see as a discovery of the universe, and also repurchasing opportunity and being able to, once you discover the brand, have it in locally where we are not open yet. We have drove profitability, and we will continue through product mix and very important operational discipline. We're going through a phase of investment, of course, as I presented everything that in the past, and we have invested in people. So I am very lucky to have found a very strong leadership team when I arrived. So that's the way we see forward. Do you have any questions?
Everything is clear.
All clear.
So
Thank you so much.
We have a 10 minutes break for a coffee, quick coffee, and then back to work in 10 minutes. Thank you. Please take your seat. Back to work. Coffee break is over. Pronto Marco? Mettiti già qua che è così per... Sì? Sì, le fai avanti e indietro.
Ma già a 19? Già partito?
You're ready to start? Take your seat. Few more seconds. We close the door. Ready, ready. I pass to Marco Fertonani, the CEO and founder of Casa della Salute. Thank you, Marco.
Buongiorno a tutti, complimenti anche per la scelta della location veramente fantastica, una giornata molto interessante. Un brevissimo excursus perché mi ha portato in maniera rocambolesca ad arrivare al mondo dell'healthcare. La mia famiglia si occupa dello shipping da circa 100 anni e io però ho deciso di studiare giurisprudenza e poi ho cambiato e sono diventato un atleta professionista per caso e lì mi ha dato un'opportunità, perché questa opportunità è nata vivendo appunto in questo periodo da atleta in Spagna, dove nascevano le prime cliniche odontoiatriche e lì ho capito che stavano cercando di industrializzare il mondo della sanità, dove però l'aspetto umano, quindi la manualità era ancora molto alta e l'aspetto invece tecnologico era residuale. Ho pensato, rientrando in Italia, finendo la mia carriera, se invece investivo su quello che era la tecnologia, la parte del care, dove l'aspetto tecnologico era molto più importante, come la diagnostica per immagini, il laboratorio, sarei riuscito a industrializzare ancora di più il modello e riuscire a uscire a un prezzo molto competitivo. E lì nacque l'idea dello slogan €1 meno del ticket, quindi costava meno che andare attraverso il sistema sanitario nazionale. Appunto sono fondatore della società, fondata 11 anni fa. Attualmente siamo presenti in 3 regioni, Liguria, Piemonte e Sardegna, 39 cliniche, circa 500.000 pazienti annui ed eroghiamo circa 1.200.000 prestazioni all'anno. Oltre 600 dipendenti, attualmente siamo a 656 dipendenti e oltre 1.000 dottori. Questo sarà un punto cruciale perché, come sapete, attualmente è molto difficile il recruiting da parte dei medici, questo è uno dei temi caldi del mondo della sanità. I ricavi di Casa della Salute sono ben delineati, c'è una parte legata alle visite specialistiche che occupa circa il 40%, una parte legata alla diagnostica per immagini che occupa circa il 30% e poi si divide la parte odontoiatrica, la parte di chirurgia e la parte di laboratorio. Punto forte è che l'88% dei ricavi sono out of pocket, quindi non sono legati né al sistema sanitario nazionale né al sistema assicurativo, che questo chiaramente è una forza per Casa della Salute perché non dipende dai 2 driver principali. Come anticipato, la società è stata fondata nel 2017, dove avevamo fondata la prima clinica, e fino al 2014 e fino al 2017 ho tenuto solamente un'unica struttura per capire come funzionava il modello e cercare di capire quali fossero gli sviluppi, se poteva essere replicata e rendere sostenibile un modello proprio di crescita. Nel 2017 è stata aperta la seconda clinica e poi in 2 anni, fino al 2019, abbiamo aperto le altre 6 cliniche. Fino al 2020. Il 2020 è un anno particolare, sia per il motivo del Covid, che in maniera probabilmente non chiara, chi lavora fuori dal mondo del care pensa che sia stato un booster per Casa della Salute o per il settore sanitario. In realtà in quell'anno abbiamo avuto quasi un meno 70 di ricavi, perché chiaramente la gente ha deciso di non curarsi, di stare in casa, proprio per il minimo indispensabile accedeva alle cure sanitarie mediche. Quell'anno però ho avuto la fortuna di incontrare Italmobiliare e nel dicembre 2020 c'è stato appunto l'ingresso che ha portato, oltre a chiaramente un booster di liquidità, anche manager che mi hanno potuto permettere insomma, di industrializzare ancora di più il modello e managerizzarlo. La crescita sia in termini di cliniche che di ricavi dal 2019 ha avuto un booster importante, i ricavi sono cresciuti di oltre 5 volte, like for like è quasi 2 volte, il numero delle cliniche sono cresciute oltre 4 volte, l'EBITDA ha avuto una crescita più che esponenziale. Quindi diciamo che la crescita continua in maniera regolare, sia in termini di ricavi e sia di efficienza, perché l'EBITDA continua a crescere più che proporzionalmente. Casa della Salute è un modello sanitario del mondo del care innovativo e ha incontrato una domanda enorme. Spesso noi ci troviamo a crescere meno dell'opportunità che ci troviamo davanti perché abbiamo più domanda che offerta che riusciamo a erogare. Perché questo? È un momento particolare, l'età media sta crescendo, le persone, soprattutto dopo il 2020, hanno un'attenzione particolare verso la prevenzione e quindi sta crescendo molto di più sia sotto l'incipit delle regioni, del governo, quindi un'attenzione particolare ai percorsi di screening, sia percorsi di screening legati a chi ha l'assicurazione o proprio modelli di vita che sono cambiati. C'è un'attenzione particolare anche allo stile di vita, quindi questa attenzione ha portato anche a un aumento di tutte quelle prestazioni proprio a scopo preventivo. C'è una crescita della consapevolezza dell'utilizzo della polizza sanitaria legata ai lavoratori. Fino al 2020 l'utilizzo era veramente basso, venivano fatte queste polizze legate ai contratti nazionali del lavoro ma veramente sottoutilizzate. Adesso l'utilizzo è quasi che quintuplicato. E dopo il Covid c'è stato un allungamento enorme delle liste d'attesa nel pubblico e questo chiaramente è un ulteriore aumento della domanda per tutta la sanità privata e questo, se si riesce a intercettare, come dicevo prima, dobbiamo gestire l'offerta perché la domanda è talmente alta che non è un problema in questa fase. Ci sarà anche, e lo vedremo più avanti, un cambio dello scenario dell'allocazione dei finanziamenti pubblici dati dai governi, dalle regioni, alle strutture private accreditate. Perché Casa Salute è un modello di business attrattivo e riesce ad intercettare in maniera puntuale questo eccesso di domanda? Perché ha investito sin da subito sulla tecnologia e sull'efficienza, quindi costruendo le strutture da zero, perché noi per l'80-90% le strutture vengono costruite in greenfield, quindi non facciamo praticamente quasi mai acquisizioni. Questo perché il modello ha bisogno di un layout e di un workflow sia dei pazienti che dei medici ben definito, che permette di rendere efficiente il modello e evitare al minimo gli sprechi. È attrattivo per i pazienti perché abbiamo investito nella medicina di prossimità. Molti player hanno fatto il contrario, si sono arroccati sui capoluoghi di provincia, noi abbiamo fatto il contrario e questo ci ha reso molto attrattivi verso i pazienti che cercano sempre di più un centro sanitario vicino a casa, vicino al lavoro. E inoltre abbiamo un modello di business che incontra due caratteristiche particolari. Ha un prezzo vicino a quello che è il costo del ticket pubblico, ma ha la velocità di un sistema privato. Queste due cose chiaramente intercettano la domanda. Per i dottori questo modello molto tecnologico, efficiente, permette al medico di fare solamente la sua attività e di non occuparsi di tutte quelle altre attività legate all'aspetto amministrativo o regolatorio. Quindi questo ci permette di essere molto attrattivo verso i medici che sono il fulcro dell'attività. In questo momento in cui c'è una mancanza di medici anche nelle strutture pubbliche, c'è un'uscita verso l'estero di tutti queste professioni sanitarie. Allora, questo è il cambio, sta cambiando lo scenario, appunto come anticipavo prima, legato alla distribuzione di finanziamenti pubblici alle strutture private accreditate. Attualmente Casa della Salute ha solamente un 5% di questi finanziamenti per le strutture private accreditate, di tutti i ricavi. Fino ad ora e fino al 1° gennaio 2027 questi finanziamenti venivano dati sulla base dello storico, quindi venivano assegnati in maniera diretta senza una gara. La Liguria è stata la prima regione d'Italia che ha recepito la legge Draghi sulla concorrenza che entrerà in vigore in tutta Italia il 1° gennaio 2027 e ha effettuato la prima gara per l'assegnazione di questo budget pubblico. Casa della Salute si è portata avanti, quindi negli anni ha ricevuto la certificazione, quindi l'accreditamento dal Sistema Sanitario Nazionale negli anni, che ci permette di poter partecipare a queste gare. Ricevere questo accreditamento voleva dire una serie di oneri infiniti, tra cui non poter far lavorare i medici del sistema sanitario nazionale, ma senza avere nessun vantaggio. Il vantaggio è avvenuto nel momento in cui c'è stata la prima gara, quindi abbiamo avuto lungimiranza nel pensare a questo, e ci ha permesso, solo per la Liguria, di accedere al 40% di tutto il bando, perché chiaramente siamo locati su tutta la regione, sul Piemonte, e abbiamo una tecnologia che attualmente nessuno ha se non ha una struttura accreditata già convenzionata. I vantaggi, perché siamo attrattivi? Come dicevo prima, abbiamo un prezzo molto vicino al prezzo del ticket medio. Qua faccio l'esempio della risonanza magnetica e della TAC, che sono due prestazioni che normalmente hanno tempi di attesa nel pubblico altissimi. Il prezzo di uscita attualmente è di 65 euro. Il prezzo del ticket pubblico varia tra le regioni, si attesta tra i 36 e i 46 euro. Quello che vedete è la media, 160 dei prezzi dei competitor delle regioni dove siamo presenti. A fianco possiamo vedere i tempi di erogazione della prestazione, quindi 2 giorni e mezzo per Casa della Salute, 90 giorni e più chiaramente per le strutture private accreditate e 3,6 giorni per quelle che riguardano gli altri competitor per le prestazioni private a prezzi totalmente più alti. Chiaramente questo ci permette di erogare circa 150.000 prestazioni di risonanza magnetica all'anno, perché è diventato proprio tra virgolette, l'esame più richiesto, perché nella mentalità delle persone è difficile riuscirne ad avere una prestazione in tempi brevi col sistema sanitario pubblico, è molto caro per la maggior parte delle persone. L'unione del prezzo competitivo, molto competitivo, e il tempo breve dell'erogazione è una delle armi vincenti di Casa della Salute. Questo è permesso appunto, come dicevo prima, da grandi investimenti tecnologici e un'attenzione maniacale a tutto quello che riguarda il workflow e il layout delle strutture e l'andamento del personale. Per poter crescere ha bisogno di investimenti. Una clinica varia dai 2,5 milioni ai 4,5 milioni di investimento, l'aspetto tecnologico è predominante. E possiamo vedere però la suddivisione, quindi 9 milioni servono per creare quello che è tutto il management, la tecnologia, tutto quello che permette a far funzionare e crescere il modello, e 13 milioni sono legati alle strutture nuove non ancora operative e 75 milioni sono legati alle cliniche già operative. Ricordiamoci però che la maggior parte hanno 2 anni di vita, quindi il ritorno dell'investimento, che è tra 3 e 4, va anche considerato per il fatto che la maggior parte ha un'età media bassissima, alcune vanno a regime in 1 anno, alcune vanno a regime in 3 anni, quindi è molto veloce, è motivo per cui privilegiamo l'aspetto, la crescita greenfield e non le acquisizioni. Le acquisizioni spesso vengono fatte per motivi strategici, velocità di entrare in una regione o particolari sinergie. La maggior parte delle occasioni non è di interesse, quindi questa crescita greenfield ci permette di essere molto veloci e avere un ritorno dell'investimento molto rapido. Continuo il tema degli investimenti. C'è un mondo adesso legato all'intelligenza artificiale. Quest'anno abbiamo inserito un ufficio che si occupa esclusivamente di questo. C'è grande interesse perché l'intelligenza artificiale, se ne parla tantissimo, ma nel mondo della salute, fidatevi, è ancora poco applicata. Noi abbiamo fatto un grosso investimento quest'anno con un player importante come Siemens, abbiamo inserito 2 persone che si occupano esclusivamente di questo, e abbiamo avuto i primi benefici. Il tempo medio dell'esame si riesce a ridurre anche del 50% mantenendo la stessa qualità. Si può crescere con la qualità delle immagini per particolari esami legati alla parte oncologica o alla parte cardiologica. Aumenta il workflow e la standardizzazione, crescendo e partendo greenfield. Per noi l'aspetto standardizzazione e qualitativo è molto importante. Questa tecnologia ci permette di ridurre la curva d'apprendimento sia dei tecnici sanitari che utilizzano gli strumenti, sia dei medici che utilizzano questa tecnologia. Quindi questo è sicuramente un acceleratore che ci permette di crescere più velocemente mantenendo sotto controllo la qualità. Inoltre c'è un tema legato al paziente, al comfort del paziente. Meno tempo macchina il paziente subisce, più si prende una fetta di mercato legata per esempio a tutti i claustrofobici. Quindi alcuni esami che duravano 20 minuti con particolari sequenze si può arrivare fino a 2-3 minuti d'esame, quindi si riduce quasi all'80% l'esame. Questo è un percorso di cui vado fiero, perché la società nel 2020 era una SRL con un unico amministratore unico e ha cercato grazie all'ingresso di Italmobiliare e alle persone che sono state messe a disposizione, di managerizzarla, di crescere e riuscire a ottenere degli obiettivi, come il ranking di legalità, la certificazione RINA, il 2024 a B Corp, che è stata veramente complicata e difficile perché quasi 2 anni di lavoro, il gender gap, e quindi è un percorso proprio per dimostrare come una società presa con un amministratore unico, un SRL senza nessun tipo di certificazione, in 5 anni, oltre a crescere di 35 strutture, non ha lasciato, tra virgolette, da parte tutto quello che era l'organizzazione legata alla sostenibilità, che è un punto focale, perché Casa Salute vende sanità, siamo un servizio di sanità, se non siamo sostenibili abbiamo fallito. Quindi questo è un tema che mi sta molto, molto a cuore. Questo ci dimostra la volontà di mantenere un'alta qualità pur crescendo molto velocemente nel mondo della sanità. Strategie future. C'è una crescita dal punto di vista geografico, ci sono ancora tante regioni in cui possiamo crescere, sicuramente il Piemonte e la Sardegna avranno differenti nuove aperture, un percorso iniziato anche sulla Val d'Aosta e anche sulla regione toscana. L'espansione del business, come dicevo prima, c'è una crescita legata all'incremento delle assicurazioni, di questo percorso. L'assicurazione vede di buon occhio Casa della Salute perché il costo del rimborso è molto, molto più basso di quello dei nostri competitor, quindi ci privilegiano e siamo sempre primi nel ranking di scelta. Il progetto legato all'aumento delle prestazioni legate tramite il Sistema Sanitario Nazionale, dove voglio fare un piccolo esempio. Se i prossimi bandi Casa Salute riuscirà a essere competitivo come è successo nel primo, le marginalità soprattutto sulle prestazioni di diagnostica per immagine saranno molto più ampie. Vi faccio l'esempio di attualmente appunto la risonanza magnetica viene venduta a 65 euro, il rimborso del Sistema Sanitario Nazionale varia tra i 120 e i 140 euro. Quindi tutto quello che varia da 60 a 120 e 140 chiaramente è tutta marginalità. Quindi motivo per cui stiamo investendo molto per poter accreditare le strutture e per andare in linea con questo progetto. L'acquisizione di studi, una cosa che sta funzionando bene è acquisire il singolo studio, una cosa che attualmente non viene fatta in maniera puntuale dagli altri competitor. Abbiamo iniziato questo percorso, funziona bene, il medico riceve tutte le attenzioni, non deve pensare alla parte amministrativa e lavora in una struttura già organizzata. Innovazione, continuiamo a innovare. Per poter crescere così velocemente ma mantenere un livello di qualità alto, il focus è sempre quello di riuscire a investire in maniera oculata, però in digitalizzazione, tutti i sistemi di intelligenza artificiale. Tutto questo ci permette di rendere anche sereni i medici che lavorano con noi. Di fatto, come sapete, c'è grande difficoltà nell'offerta di reperire il mondo mi viene italiana, tutto il settore sanitario, quindi infermieri, tecnici e medici. Questo, avere una tecnologia a disposizione di altissimo livello, chiaramente ci permette invece di essere competitivi e attrattivi, e questa è una delle sfide per il prossimo futuro.
Moving on to questions. Any question?
Pricing, you showed in the slide that your prices are well below your peers. So can you elaborate on this? Are you able to offer these prices while keeping good profitability? Thank you.
Come riesce a tenere i prezzi bassi e mantenere profittabilità?
Il tema è proprio legato alle strutture. Perché scegliamo di aprire strutture a zero, creare greenfield? Proprio perché per poterlo fare è importante il layout della struttura, la tecnologia che utilizziamo, il workflow, e questo ci permette di riuscire a fare una serie di esami in quel tempo, utilizzando il medico solo per l'attività di refertazione e non per tutte quelle attività corollarie. A questo, queste attività corollarie vengono invece svolte da professioni sanitarie differenti, infermieri, tecnici e ortotisti. Quindi è un'attenzione particolare a quello che è l'efficienza legata al workflow, layout e all'utilizzo del tempo medico in maniera oculata.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I have an understanding question, because in the beginning we heard the company does not like to go into very regulated businesses. And I'm not familiar with the Italian healthcare system, but how do you make sure with the whole regulation and the pressure on the costs that you can keep doing your business also in the next years? I've heard that a lot of people started paying out of their own pockets, but now you mentioned you want to go more into the state-funded system, so maybe you can give a bit of perspective on that. Grazie.
Se diamo un po' di overview su quella regolamentazione del sistema sanitario e perché hai deciso di spostare un pezzetto del business sull'NHS?
Ma per noi è un'opportunità, perché noi abbiamo solo il 5% di ricavi legati ai finanziamenti pubblici del sistema sanitario nazionale. Quindi se io riesco a switchare queste prestazioni verso il sistema sanitario nazionale, io ho le stesse identiche prestazioni, lo stesso identico staff, le stesse identiche sedi, la stessa identica tecnologia, ma remunerata al doppio, al 100%. Quindi il modello di business funziona adesso con un EBITDA che si attesta intorno al 20% senza questo upside. Se riusciamo a convertire 100.000 risonanze, 50.000 risonanze, invece che essere remunerate a 65 euro, vengono remunerate a 120-130 euro, diciamo che è un'opportunità che non volevo farmi scappare.
Ok, I think we're done. Thank you Marco, grazie Marco.
Grazie a voi.
Now we move. Certo.
Posso commentare su questa domanda? On regulated markets. Casa della Salute is growing without the state, so it's self-sufficient, super competitive business model. There is an opportunity related to that, but it's not the core of the company. It's an opportunity.
Just to give you the big numbers, 130 billion euros is the expenses at the national level. 100 billion is what the state spends every year for the national healthcare system. The 30 billion is private and is mostly out of pocket, and there is a little part of insurance. So this pie is going to evolve somehow, and we're there to grab the opportunity. We move to Andrea Dorigo, the CEO of Tecnica. Thank you, Andrea.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Grazie Italmobiliare for the invitation. I'm going to keep you entertained for the next 15-20 minutes talking about a bit of a lighter topic, sports and outdoor. In my first slide, I said that life is better outdoors. I think we all believe that. Especially in these days in which you read the news and there's not a lot of excitement coming from that, and we all need to indulge and spend some time in active lifestyle, and outdoors is the best place to do that. So I brought you a picture of myself with a jacket, so a different look, but also I want to tell you that I still call myself new to Tecnica, 6 months. I think, In a short few weeks, probably I'll lose the classification of the new CEO, but today I still call myself new. 25 years, more than 25 years spent in consumer goods in different capacities. The last 20 abroad. So I came back to Italy for this job. Most recently, I worked in Germany with my last employer. Before that, I spent a long time in the US, in the UK. I've had some global roles in some of these companies at Luxottica, in Estée Lauder, and at Adidas. And listed below, I call myself a proud alumnus of some great organizations. And I believe that the experience that I accumulated prepared me for the challenges of Tecnica Group. Before we jump into describing a little bit what the group does and how it does it, I brought a short video just to introduce the topic. So let's please roll the video.
What do these feet have in common? They are experiencing the vision of a man and his family. Their idea was simple: putting something extraordinary around your feet. An old proverb goes, your feet will take you where your heart is. So they thought, you better equip them with the best boots to get there. Boots as an extension of your heart, and then skis and wheels to make those feet go faster. Moon boot, Blizzard, Rollerblade, Loa, Nordica, and Tecnica. What unites these brands is our obsession with pushing the boundaries of what's possible for the feet. Our products adapt to every adventure, elevating how people move, perform, and express themselves. We call it the legacy of boot making. It took many small steps to get here. It all began in a modest workshop in a little village in northern Italy with an artisan who made what he knew best: handmade hiking and work boots. That was what people wanted back then. As the business grew, people's tastes changed. In the course of one generation, skiing became more popular. Tecnica ski boots were born. People's feet needed something comfy to slip into after all that exercise. The space age gave it a boost. Et voila, moon boots. And then the bi-injected ski boot, the first four-season footwear made with synthetic and technical materials. And many other products designed one after another to make you enjoy the outdoors. Good design and craft were in high demand. A workshop wasn't enough to keep up with all of that. Like children who moved the first steps, it was trial and error. We learned by doing, step by step. Behind any single step you take in the outdoors, there is the expertise of hundreds of people, thousands of prototypes, infinite projects to develop the best technology. Fast forward a few decades, and that small shop in the manufacturing district has become a multinational group, headed by the same family that started the business. Those days feel like a long time ago, but certain things haven't changed. We are still artisans at heart, down to earth, feet on the ground. Because true innovation isn't just about technology, it's about impact on sport, on culture, on how we experience the world.
Thank you. Hopefully, you got a little bit of a sense of the fact that we are obsessed about our products, that we are a family company with a long history, even before the investment from Italmobiliare. We still call ourselves a family company today because the Pesenti family is the second family involved in this venture. And you see how we're very passionate about outdoor activities. So let's do a little poll before we talk about our portfolio brands. How many in the audience are inline skaters? Okay, good. How many are skiers or go to the snow? Much better. How many do walk in the outdoors, walk outside, park, street, wherever you go, right? So I guess I got the order of my brands right. We're gonna start with, let's see how this works. We're gonna start with Lova. So I put Lova first because Lova represents about half of our business today. It's also the brand with its the category that it works in that has the largest market, addressable market, we should call it. As you know, 102 years of history, and we're going to be over 3 million units pairs this year. Lova does anything from very high demanding mountaineering shoes, the kind of boots that you need to climb the 8,000s, all the way to trail running, light hiking shoes, and all these products are designed between Italy and Germany and produced in Europe today. The second brand in our portfolio is Nordica. Nordica is probably features in the memories of many of us. You know, our first boots, right? And then skis. Nordica is a phenomenal brand. This is more alpine today, we call it, so more winter focused. As I said, about half of our business is Lova. About 30% of our business between Nordica, Tecnica, and Blizzard, the next two, is kind of what we define as alpine or winter brands. Nordica, last year, just shy of 500,000 boots, almost 200,000 skis. These are the numbers we're shooting for. It's a very popular brand, fun, family, adventure, being out there, very popular in the States. The third brand in our portfolio is our namesake brand, actually. This is where everything started back in 1963. Giancarlo Zanatta is the proud founder of Tecnica, and then from Tecnica, everything else came. Tecnica is really specialized in ski boots. Probably today, and I'll say that with a tinge maybe of subjectivity, but the best ski boot in the market is Tecnica. There's an enormous amount of patents, expertise, technical expertise that goes into making these objects. As you can see, just 250,000 pairs sold every year of these beautiful boots. Tecnica also makes outdoor shoes, so it's a play into the seasonalization of the business. So there's also a brand of light hiking and trail running shoes that are branded Tecnica. Thirdly, we're very proud of Moonboot. Moonboot is probably the single best attempt of seasonalizing our business. It's been an incredible story. And I think it's very meaningful to tell the story today in this venue because Italmobiliare was one of the first believers in the fact that Moonboot could play in fashion and not just in snow boots. Right? So footwear, 600 and counting. I think this year we're going to be more in the 700,000 units. And a phenomenal success story, 5x in terms of development of top-line revenues since we got the idea that this could be actually a fashion item and not just a dopo sci. Blizzard is a feat of Austrian technical engineering, phenomenal skis, considered to be among the best, still proudly made in Austria and Eastern Europe, but mostly in Austria. Amazing objects, beloved by many. And lastly, for all of you that are into rollerblades, inline skates, now, funnily enough, not many in the room here, but there's a very, very strong community worldwide of people that embrace this. By the way, we were blessed with one of those brands that are synonymous of the object, right? You know, nobody says inline skates, you call them the rollerblades, even if they belong to one of the few other brands that make these products. So it's a very balanced portfolio. It's important to, maybe as we go into some of the details, you know, I thought I was going to brag about the fact that all these brands have got 429 years of history. And little did I know that Ludivine was going to bring an 800-years-old brand. But I think, you know, not too shabby, even 400 years. And I want to stress that because there's a lot of heritage that doesn't just have to do with the styles and the vintage trend and all that. There's actually innovation developments. The technical aspects of the products we make, you know, carry the expertise of many, many years. So let's talk a little bit about, we talked about a lot of numbers in terms of units and pairs that we make, right? 3.5, almost 4 million now pairs of footwear, you know, 700,000 ski boots, 330 almost pair of skis, almost 300,000 pairs of inline skates, and 3,700 employees that power all of that. Why am I bringing these numbers? Because we're makers. Most of these products are actually made by these 3,000 people. We're proud makers. We're in some ways artisans of what we do. And as you know, in today's world, it's an asset and a strength. And it can also be a limiting factor. Hence, we're working in terms of also diversifying our supply chain in such a way that we're self-reliant for everything that is value added, for everything that is special about our products, but we tap into the flexibility of a very dynamic supply chain everywhere around the world when it comes to expanding our offering. In 24, just over €500 million of revenue. It's important to stress the fact that about 40% of that is tied to winter. We talked about climate change. We talked about everything that's changing in that space. All you skiers understand what I'm talking about, cost of living, cost of resorts. I mean, so there are some, of course, some challenges that we're working on, but it's important that 60% plus and growing is business that is all season. It's important to remember that because when people think of Tecnica Group, we tend to think of ski boots. You know, we're a lot more than that. And also, we're proud to be part of a group that invests in Italian champions. But in terms of our market, more than 90% of our business is outside Italy. We sell in 80 countries worldwide. About 60% is Europe, 20% is North America, and with just a high single digit in Italy, and the rest is all over the world. So we're very global. Again, it's beautiful to start off a footprint which is so powerful. There's work to do, and we're going to talk about it a bit later in terms of our geographical presence around the world. But we start from a very strong footprint around the world. Our brands are known and beloved everywhere around the world. In terms of our structure, we're headquartered out of Giavera del Montello. If you don't know, the Montello area of Veneto is quite spectacular. Lots of outdoors there, and when you go out there, then you stop in a restaurant or in a trattoria, which is also the best part of the Venetian lifestyle. And we have a very strong base also in Etzendorf, Germany, which is where Lova has been based for the last 102 years. So we're kind of half Venetian, half Bavarian, this interesting mix. We have over 20 subsidiaries around the world. We're embarking in a process of rationalization of some because there are markets in which admittedly we have a Lova subsidiary and a Tecnica Group subsidiary. We're doing some work there. We sell into over 10,000 retailers around the world. We're a B2B, we're a business-to-business kind of business today. Sorry for the too many business words, but our direct-to-consumer business is still small. In my presentation, in my introduction, I called myself a retail expert because I spent some time in my business life minding some of the largest and most beautiful, actually, retail networks around the world. We're not there as a group yet. I think, DTC online is going to be our next step. And we've had some great success with Moon Boot in that space. But over time, I think, the idea of the consumer needs to be part of everything we do, is a part of everything. It's certainly part of my culture, so we're going to get there. But today, we're focused on our retailers. We produce, as I said to you earlier, most of the products we sell ourselves, one at a time, like good craftsmen. And we have distribution partner in all the markets where we're not direct. I'm going to touch on briefly on our operating model. I would be lying if I told you that this is our operating model today. This is the operating model that we're embracing. In other words, we're putting, as you saw from the video, we're very obsessed by our products, which is what made us who we are today. It's one of the most amazing things. Particularly if you think about the equipment, skis and ski boots, are objects that are, they're stressed functionally. So they need to work. They need to be technically proficient, right? But there's more than that. And of course, as a company, And I think the journey with Italmobiliare has been phenomenal in that sense. We've embraced this idea that the consumer is the one who dictates what we should be doing, what we should be doing more of and less of, and what we should embrace. So we say, in a kind of an iterative way of developing products, or think of our products, starting from the analysis of where we sell, what we sell, how we sell it, and for which kind of margin, to the trends. We get the ideas, we develop in our labs and in our design centers the best prototypes, we engineer them, we make decisions. I told you earlier, we're very much focused on our internal production, and but we want to also move towards the agility of make versus buy decisions that are based really on opportunities, on cost targets and price targets. We have our factories, of course, distribution centers, and importantly, the idea that we go to market with a solid support of marketing activities. Again, one other thing that it's been part of the journey in the last few years, understanding that having amazing products is only as good as you're able to tell the story that's behind them. I'm going to touch, and a big thank you to Stefano for leading us down this path, and the push from our board on ESG activities and ESG. I think there's been a lot of work done in the last few years. As a family company and as a company that's very rooted in the territory we operate, we have somehow, a natural inclination to be sustainable. But I think it's been quite amazing to embark on this journey. There is one little project I'm going to tell you about, which is quite innovative, and it's part of the innovation DNA of the company, which is we call it Circularity Lab. A few years ago, the company started with this idea that boots could have a new life, a second life, so to speak. So you buy a new pair of Tecnica or Nordica boots. You bring your old ones to the retailer. The retailer collects it on our behalf. We bring it back to our facilities. We take them apart and we recycle different parts, metal, plastic. We grind the plastic and we reuse it. And it's been quite an amazing journey, actually, of learning, of building products that are designed to be dismantled and reused somehow. It's still small, but we believe in this, and it's going to grow. And it's a system initiative that we don't just keep to ourselves, so we recycle plastics from other boots and of other brands as well. Briefly on the financials and how we evolved as a group. I believe we are the second investment of Italmobiliare in this new phase. And I have to thank Giuliano, Anna, Leonardo, Ingegnere, for believing in our venture. You see how things developed since the investment. And just a couple of key messages around this, because Italmobiliare allowed us to do a few things that we would not have been able to do, and pushed us to do other things that were maybe a little uncomfortable. I mentioned two things that are important, the moon boot vision, which admittedly we had a great product, but maybe we were lacking the courage to pursue a vision that was in a space which is out of our comfort zone. And the vertical integration with RicoSport, when Lova decided to acquire its biggest supplier and become fully vertically integrated. The revenue developed nicely over the years. You see that little dip in the pandemic year, 2020, but you also see a strong pandemic rebound and a stabilization of our business, over 500 million, and with growth coming, of course. From a profitability standpoint, you see how profitability developed tremendously over the years. Of course, again, admittedly, we benefited from demand outpacing supply during the pandemic year or two, and therefore we were able to, get better margins in time. Particularly the cost of production caught up with us a little bit, but we're working on a very healthy, profitable path. And I see Alarico, so I'm going to keep this very short. Strategic focus areas. Let me just share a little bit of where we're going. As I said, I'm new, but I'm blessed with a lot of good people around me that help me get up to speed very quickly. 4 strategic initiatives are part of our development in the next 2-3 years. I call the first one multiple engines of growth. You heard me saying that we export most of our production, so Italy is a small market for us, but Europe is massive. And in the future, we have a strong qualitative presence in the US and in North America, US and Canada. That needs to become a second strong pillar for us. And we have a very, very small position in Asia. We exist, we're there, we're known, but we haven't had the ability to develop that market. I always refer to this multiple engines of growth or a three-legged stool. I mean, different areas of the world perform differently, and it's good to be able to tap into all of that. Law of acceleration, you've heard it from me before, outdoor activities. Outdoors is actually the most exciting space in sports today. And we have a lot to do with LOVA. We have an exciting plan. We're working on many, many fantastic things for this brand. On our more mature businesses, so Nordica, Technica, and Blizzard, there's, partly we're optimizing, and partly we're looking at how these brands could cast a little broader shadow than they are today. There's more that we can do with these brands, so exciting stuff coming there. And finally, Moonboot is our most credible de-seasonalization play. It's got a foot in fashion. It's doing fantastic things. It's a super exciting brand, and we're going to continue doubling down on that. I'm not going to mention the enablers, but the usual suspects, all the playbook that we need to do. I think we've been on an amazing journey so far. I think there's a new chapter ahead of us for Technica Group and exciting things to come. Thank you.
Now room for a couple of questions. Yes?
Yeah, it's working. You're new to the group, so probably it's a hard question for you, but I saw in the numbers that there was a step up in profitability from 18 to 19, about 5, 6, 7%. It was huge, from 9% to 15%. Do you know what happened, or how did they achieve that?
That's when we were able to integrate LOVA vertically. So we basically, by buying our major supplier, we got the production margin. That was the bump. Yeah.
You'd mentioned, currently you manufacture a lot of your production, but in the future, you want to be more thoughtful about buying versus building, and in general, more efficiencies. Just talk to us about, what you see as room to improve margins and, ways you can derive efficiencies in the group.
So it's probably, that would require a long answer. I think our industrial footprint is strong and very technology rich. When I talk about diversifying supply, I mean that as we grow, we're going to be more thoughtful in understanding where to use our own facilities versus where we buy. Because there's two things I want to say on this. It's very difficult to buy skis and boots. So that's part of what we're always going to be doing, because there isn't easy, accessible supply of this highly technical equipment. So when it comes to highly technical products like skis and ski boots, the production will always be mostly internal, and we're going to tap into outside vendors and suppliers for parts and for semi-finished goods. When it comes to shoes in particular, and any other category and product extension, brand extension that we're going to go into, we're going to be smart about finding the best supply in places where quality is available, because Technica Group is all about quality anyway. We're not a mass manufacturer. We're not, any market we're in the mid to high positioning. So it's work in progress. I think, as I said, optimizing the current industrial footprint, tapping into other sources for growth, and making sure that the equipment that is key for its functionality is controlled by us in terms of the way we produce it.
Good, thank you. Any other question? Yes, please.
Is there more M&A on the agenda? And can you give a glimpse about which sector, or if it's...
So we're going to maintain our portfolio, right? I think there's parts of our portfolio that are maybe tapping into a niche. Maybe those, if I look 5 years down the line, maybe that part of the portfolio could be cared for by other players that are more interested in that space. Conversely, we certainly have opportunities. Today, I'm very focused on getting the most out of the assets we have. Because believe me, there is an incredible untapped potential in almost all of our brand assets. There is more we can do. We've been, in our being product obsessed and product focused, we have certainly been a little bit tunnel focused on that and haven't looked at the opportunities around us. But our brand assets have opportunities and potential that is very, very vast. And of course, if M&A opportunities will come, our shareholders are very willing to support that.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Now I leave the floor to Andrea Sabbia, the CEO and founder of Bene Assicurazioni. Thank you, Andrea.
Grazie a Larico e grazie ad Italmobiliare per l'opportunità di poter chiudere questa mattina in questa splendida location, in questo bellissimo evento. Sono un manager e un imprenditore che si occupa di assicurazione, ahimè, da più di 30 anni, e quelli che parlano bene dicono che sono un imprenditore sociale seriale. Questa società, Bene Assicurazioni, è la terza compagnia che lancio from scratch con il primo euro di fatturato. In precedenza, la mia ultima esperienza è stata come fondatore e CEO di Tua Assicurazione, la penultima compagnia P&C nelle assicurazioni del mercato italiana, nata come start-up nel 2003. Decisi poi nel 2016 di lasciarla al compimento di un percorso con bei risultati che mi avevano perfettamente soddisfatto in quel momento, e al giro di boa dei 50 anni ho deciso che era il momento di lanciare una nuova avventura, e con uno spin-off manageriale insieme ad un gruppo di colleghi manager di cui ho una grandissima stima, abbiamo deciso di portare sul mercato Bene Assicurazioni. Questa è una compagnia d'anni specializzata nel retail ed è partita nel 2017, quando, ritirata l'autorizzazione dal regulator, abbiamo acquisito i nostri primi clienti. E il nostro primo piano è stato il piano della start-up, dal 2017 al 2021, un piano quinquennale che era legato naturalmente all'avvio delle operazioni. Poi in realtà ci siamo accorti che al quarto anno, nel 2020, avevamo già raggiunto gli obiettivi che avevamo come target in questo 5-year plan, e quindi abbiamo deciso di anticipare l'elaborazione del nuovo piano industriale, che noi abbiamo chiamato il secondo piano quinquennale, quello che per noi è la fase dello scaling up. Quindi, raggiunto il break-even nel primo piano, e lo abbiamo raggiunto, come vi dicevo, con un anno di anticipo rispetto alle previsioni, abbiamo deciso che dal 21 al 25 potevamo pensare a come cercare di scalare il nostro business, e per farlo abbiamo deciso anche che avevamo bisogno di un partner industriale che avesse una cultura long term e che avesse un profilo istituzionale per accompagnarci da anchor investor. Abbiamo incontrato Italmobiliare, siamo felici di questo incontro e ritengo che l'ingresso nel nostro capitale avvenuto nel 2022 da parte di Italmobiliare, oggi posso dire che probabilmente è uno dei fattori che ha rinforzato il nostro positivo percorso realizzato in questo secondo nostro piano quinquennale. Ed ora cosa stiamo facendo? Stiamo elaborando la nostra nuova strategia per i prossimi 5 anni, perché devo dirvi che fra poco meno di 3 mesi chiudiamo il quinto esercizio del secondo piano quinquennale 2025, ancora una volta avendo performato in linea con le previsioni del business plan. E quindi siamo pronti a presentare al mercato, dopo averlo condiviso naturalmente con i nostri soci e con i nostri investitori, ciò che ci ripromettiamo di realizzare nell'orizzonte dei prossimi 5 anni, con una fase che io chiamo la fase growth di Bene Assicurazioni, perché ormai non possiamo più definirci una start-up. È arrivato il momento di dire che siamo entrati nella maggiore età industriale del nostro business model. E allora, come è fatto il nostro modello di business? Lo rappresento in questi 3 quadranti. Vedete che noi abbiamo un approccio omnicanale. Che cosa vuol dire omnicanale? A volte questa parola è un po' abusata. Vuol dire che anche nelle assicurazioni e anche sul mercato italiano noi vogliamo dare al consumatore, cioè il nostro cliente assicurato, la possibilità di accedere ai nostri servizi da ogni touch point. Se vuole la consulenza va presso un agente e riceve in una relazione di vicinato e di prossimità il servizio, l'assistenza e quindi la consulenza del professionista, ma viceversa se vuole acquistare direttamente sul nostro sito bene.it può attraverso uno smartphone, se questa sera prende un aereo per un long weekend, acquistare una polizza viaggi direttamente in modalità direct to consumer. Ma poi abbiamo un terzo pillar della nostra strategia distributiva che è rappresentato invece da quelle che noi chiamiamo le partnership, dove noi che siamo una compagnia di assicurazione mettiamo a disposizione la nostra licenza, il nostro capitale regolamentare, la nostra piattaforma a partner business to business che vogliono offrire servizi di protezione e di sicurezza ai loro consumatori per arricchire la loro value proposition. Quindi spero che Andrea Rigato durante l'intervallo mi avvicini e mi chieda di fare un embedded insurance per i suoi sci in modo che noi si possa assicurare gli eventuali danni agli sci, ma non al singolo cliente, a tutti gli sci prodotti di quella linea di business, perché solo così può diventare conveniente la cosiddetta embedded insurance che fa il bundle con il prodotto principale. Guardate che le partnership rappresentano il 20% del nostro turnover, quindi gli agenti sono il canale distributivo principale, il 70%, il direct to consumer, cioè l'e-commerce, rappresenta il 10% del nostro business e guardate che questo è un dato in linea con i trend del mercato sud europeo. In Sud Europa l'online business per le assicurazioni non è ancora dominante. Nel mondo consumer vale circa il 10% degli acquisti. Quindi replichiamo esattamente direzionali al mercato la penetrazione di consumatori online e infine le partnership con il nostro modello white label wholesale sono il 20% del nostro fatturato. Ma in che cosa consiste il nostro modello operativo? Il nostro modello operativo si basa su un business di piattaforma. Noi siamo una technology company. Noi abbiamo dematerializzato tutti i processi. Non stampiamo più contratti, non emettiamo più polizze cartacee fisiche, ma la nostra proposizione è una proposizione fully digital e quindi nel nostro modello operativo noi abbiamo sviluppato una open insurance platform perché attraverso la nostra piattaforma tecnologica ci connettiamo ai nostri agenti, ci connettiamo al consumatore finale che acquista online e ci connettiamo con terze fabbriche prodotti che abbiano customer base da servire con offerta di servizi assicurativi integrativi. Quindi questo è il nostro core asset, la piattaforma, perché se noi siamo un business di piattaforma, evidentemente sulla tecnologia abbiamo deciso di mettere i nostri capex, i nostri investimenti, le nostre risorse strategiche. Il 40% degli employees di Bene Assicurazioni si occupano di tecnologia. Nelle compagnie di assicurazione tradizionale gli impiegati che si occupano di tecnologia sono circa il 10-12%. Questo va a connotare la nostra natura essenzialmente tecnologica, ma abbiamo una seconda nostra caratteristica forte. Noi siamo una data-driven company, cioè il nostro modello operativo si fonda sul governo, il controllo, la manipolazione dei dati e delle informazioni, perché le assicurazioni vivono della legge dei grandi numeri e si fondano sul principio di mutualità. Solo il governo dei dati in tempo reale, senza ridondanze e con una centralità del dato per dare l'informazione che accelera i processi decisionali e la vicinanza al consumatore, al cliente, crea valore portando vantaggio competitivo. Infine, essendo omnicanali, abbiamo deciso di dover sviluppare un'offerta di prodotti che servisse ciascuno dei nostri canali. Quindi noi non abbiamo uno scaffale che si presenta omogeneamente a tutti i nostri canali, ma per ogni verticale di offerta vestiamo soluzioni di prodotto che rispondano esattamente al comportamento di acquisto di quel cliente. Così facendo abbiamo chiuso il 2024 con 290 milioni di revenues che sono state realizzate attraverso la fiducia di 500.000 clienti che hanno sottoscritto uno o più contratti con noi durante il 2024, ma dietro quei 500.000 clienti ci sono a magazzino, lasciatemi usare questo termine improprio di natura manifatturiera, 800.000 polizze, cioè contratti che assistono e risolvono i problemi dei nostri clienti, assicurando la loro automobile, la loro casa, la loro attività professionale, i loro viaggi, il loro animale d'affezione. E sto dando semplicemente a volo d'uccello una panoramica della nostra offerta. Vediamo il primo canale distributivo, quello dei nostri consulenti assicurativi, gli agenti di assicurazione. Quanti sono e dove sono gli agenti di assicurazione? Beh, innanzitutto vedete che sono cresciuti in modo dinamico. In Italia operano 10.000 agenzie di assicurazione, noi oggi abbiamo 475 agenzie, quindi rappresentiamo circa il 5% dei punti vendita, siamo presenti in tutte le regioni italiane, amiamo stare soprattutto nei piccoli centri urbani più che nelle aree metropolitane e la nostra distribuzione attraverso canale fisico si articola per il 51% dei nostri punti vendita nel nord dell'Italia, per il 24% nel centro Italia e per il rimanente 25% nel sud e nelle isole. Per essere concreti, stare nel sud e nelle isole non è una parolaccia, vuol dire andare incontro anche a parti di mercato che hanno ancora un potenziale molto grande di sviluppo per i temi della protezione e della sicurezza. Abbiamo più di 30 agenzie in Sardegna, 35 agenzie in Sicilia, 10 agenzie in Basilicata, cioè per noi l'assicurazione è un'offerta che copre l'intero territorio nazionale. Abbiamo 60 milioni di potenziali consumatori, non c'è solo il Nord Italia come nella tradizione e nella storia delle assicurazioni in Italia. Voi dovete sapere che Italmobiliare è stata per decenni l'azionista di riferimento di un grandissimo marchio, la RAS, la Riunione Adriatica di Sicurtà, che per decenni, dal dopoguerra, fino a quando Italmobiliare non ha deciso di far entrare i tedeschi di Allianz in Italia, è stato il secondo player del mercato italiano, ma la RAS era fortissima in Lombardia, in Veneto, non aveva una grande cultura di Sud Italia, perché l'assicurazione nel dopoguerra si sviluppava nella ricostruzione, dove c'era la manifattura. Noi oggi guardiamo più al mercato delle piccole imprese, dello small business, del micro business. E allora, quali sono i fattori di successo che ci hanno accompagnato a traguardare questi primi 300 milioni di fatturato? Direi una grande fiducia da parte del nostro canale fisico, come chiamiamo i nostri intermediari professionali che presidiano il territorio con i punti vendita. Direi la capacità di digitalizzare i nostri agenti, di rendergliela semplice, di semplificare le attività di back office, di liberare energie perché loro possano dare servizio e consulenza ai clienti e ai consumatori. E infine, come anticipavo poc'anzi, noi non siamo la compagnia delle grandi aree metropolitane, noi non abbiamo decine di punti vendita a Milano e a Roma, noi amiamo il piccolo centro urbano, l'Italia dei 100 campanili. Nel nostro paese abbiamo 8.000 comuni e ci sono comuni dove noi siamo l'unica presenza di offerta assicurativa. Di questo ne siamo orgogliosi perché evidentemente andiamo a prendere un vantaggio competitivo perché c'è meno pressione competitiva. E allora qual è la nostra offerta? Ho parlato più volte di servizi dedicati al mondo consumer e al mondo della PMI piuttosto che dello small business, ma direi che sono 3 i capisaldi della nostra offerta. Il primo caposaldo è la mobilità, l'assicurazione delle nostre automobili, dei mezzi di circolazione. In Italia ci sono 40 milioni di mezzi immatricolati ed evidentemente c'è una grande mobilità di mercato, c'è un grande churn rate e per un newcomer ci sono opportunità, si ha un'offerta competitiva e un vantaggio competitivo legato alla propria tecnologia. La mobility vale circa il 53% del nostro breakdown del business mix del fatturato. Poi abbiamo la cosiddetta personal line, cioè le assicurazioni che proteggono noi individui, persone, famiglie, i privati, dove assicuriamo la casa, il condominio, la polizza infortuni individuale, la polizza salute per andare poi da casa della salute e poter avere il rimborso se si ha la polizza sanitaria, piuttosto che il proprio pet. 15 milioni di animali domestici in Italia espongono il proprietario alla responsabilità della proprietà dell'animale domestico da codice civile piuttosto che alle spese veterinarie che sosteniamo per i nostri animali d'affezione. La parte personal line la vedete sulla sinistra del nostro business mix e si combina invece col servizio alle aziende che noi chiamiamo commercial and business, dove ci occupiamo di assicurare le piccole e medie imprese con programmi di welfare sempre per le piccole e medie imprese. Siamo molto presenti nel mondo dei liberi professionisti. L'Italia è un paese da 800.000 liberi professionisti, lavoratori autonomi iscritti agli albi, che hanno degli obblighi di assicurazione, per esempio per l'esercizio della loro attività professionale come responsabilità civile nei confronti dei terzi. Lì riteniamo di avere una forte area di specializzazione. Surety vuol dire le fideiussioni, quel settore dove l'assicurazione si avvicina al far banca, perché emettiamo una garanzia per consentire a un'impresa di poter concorrere a un pubblico appalto, garantendo all'appaltante la sua capacità di eseguire i lavori. Questa è un'altra area che in bene è molto coltivata, rappresenta circa il 10% del nostro business mix, 8 più parti complementari dell'engineering risk fa 10% e intendiamo svilupparlo perché l'Italia è un mercato molto profittevole nello surety business, è il primo mercato in Europa nell'industria assicurativa. E infine le catastrofi naturali che sono state oggetto di una normativa di legge che obbliga oggi le imprese ad avere anche la copertura dei rischi catastrofali. Pertanto vedete come i nostri canali, quello degli intermediari B2B2C, quello dell'e-commerce direct to consumer, quello delle partnership, ci declinano la nostra intera offerta. Però non posso dimenticare un aspetto che reputo fondativo della storia di Bene Assicurazioni. Bene nasce come società benefit. Nel 2016 l'Italia è stato il primo paese in Europa che nella legge di stabilità di allora ha inserito la possibilità per tutte le società di capitali di diventare una società che si impegna a fare una relazione di impatto annuale nella quale misura i benefici e gli impatti che realizza per la società, i territori, i lavoratori, i clienti, insomma per tutti gli stakeholders. Posso dirvi che nella nostra scelta di essere società benefit abbiamo deciso di trarre spunto per dare il brand alla compagnia. In nome nomen abbiamo deciso di chiamarci Bene perché abbiamo voluto sviluppare un modello benefit, un modello che pertanto è molto focalizzato nel mantenere una sensibilità e un orientamento forte, noi che siamo un'impresa di servizi e non un'impresa manifatturiera, sia nel mondo dell'offerta prodotti, sia nel mondo dei nostri luoghi di lavoro, sia nel nostro rapporto con tutti i portatori di interessi con cui interagiamo. Abbiamo sviluppato un fondo filantropico, abbiamo un'iniziativa che a noi sta molto a cuore legata allo sviluppo della sensibilità nell'arte, sia nei nostri luoghi di lavoro che nelle nostre ordinarie attività, e nel tema della D&I andiamo anche localmente a supportare iniziative di local promotion attraverso l'attività sportiva. Beh, allora è arrivato il momento di vedere che cosa ci ha portato a questi 290 milioni di fatturato che abbiamo realizzato al termine del 2024. E ci ha portato un percorso rapido, un percorso nel quale, vedete, negli ultimi 3 anni manteniamo una traiettoria di crescita intorno al 25-30%. Anche nei primi 6 mesi abbiamo chiuso la semestrale a 174 milioni con una crescita year over year del 30,1%, quindi restiamo una growth company con un percorso di crescita e di sviluppo estremamente dinamico, però vorrei non sfuggisse che per noi sviluppo si deve combinare con profittabilità. Profittabilità nel glossario assicurativo trova risposta alla parola combine ratio, l'indicatore sintetico di redditività industriale che somma i costi dei danni, chiamati sinistri, i costi del venduto, chiamate commissioni, le altre spese di amministrazione, chiamati costi operativi. Quando un'impresa sta sotto 100 realizza profitto industriale, quando sta sopra 100 sta macinando perdite per i suoi azionisti che devono venirle a ripianare. Abbiamo fatto naturalmente sopra 100 nel momento del setup perché stavamo nascendo da zero, avevamo un fatturato di 9 milioni e 44 milioni, abbiamo chiuso bilanci in perdita, ma sono costi di setup, di avviamento. Break even al terzo anno, e da lì in poi il nostro combine ratio è sempre stato molto positivo, assolutamente in linea con le previsioni del piano industriale e, posso dire a bassa voce, talvolta con risultati migliori di quelli medi realizzati dal mercato. Il mercato che cresce però del 4-5% all'anno, non del 30% all'anno. Questi sono i risultati tecnici dell'attività assicurativa. Il risultato tecnico è il risultato di sottoscrizione, l'underwriting result. Vedete che dopo i primi 2 anni siamo positivi, nel 23 6 milioni e 8, 15 milioni nel 24 e la semestrale ci fa vedere che i 15 milioni proiettano 28-29 milioni al termine di quest'anno, quindi in linea con la nostra progressione lineare a tenere una capacità di crescita che allinei la capacità di creare risultati economici positivi che debbono remunerare il capitale assorbito e investito dagli azionisti. Beh, allora vediamo un po' che cosa è successo in questo secondo piano industriale che ci accingiamo a chiudere, il 21-25, da che appunto è entrata Italmobiliare nel nostro capitale. E qui possiamo vedere che il nostro fatturato da 100 milioni nel 2020 è passato ai 2,90 del 2024 ed è stato articolato con quella componente di omnicanalità che vi ho descritto e che fa vedere la rilevanza per almeno 2/3 della nostra rete, del network degli agenti, il peso delle partnership, che sono un canale molto profittevole, ed il mercato online, che è sicuramente il mercato più difficile. Acquisire un cliente online è molto costoso, c'è una battaglia e una price competition terribile e quindi i margini di profitto sono modestissimi e per molti player sono solo perdite. Quindi quello è un canale da maneggiare con cura, su cui bisogna mettere molta attenzione. E però voglio dirvi come siamo arrivati ai 500.000 clienti e al numero di polizze che abbiamo oggi, perché 800.000 erano alla fine del bilancio 24, oggi siamo a 850.000 contratti vivi. Vedete che c'è una progressione continua in cui clienti e contratti sottoscritti armonicamente crescono, creando un percorso che ci rende estremamente fiduciosi anche per il prossimo piano industriale 2026-2030, che sarà, come abbiamo detto, il piano della fase growth, in cui noi ci traguardiamo nel 2030 una presenza sul mercato che comincerà a diventare una presenza significativa anche in termini di market share. Vorrei essere molto chiaro, l'industria assicurativa italiana opera in condizioni di oligopolio. 3 players, Generali, Unipol e Allianz, hanno il 50% di market share. Le prime 10 compagnie fanno il 76% di market share. Qualcuno tra i soloni della consulenza diceva anni fa che era impensabile, se non impossibile, l'avvento di un newcomer, perché ci sono troppe alte barriere all'ingresso, prima di tutto di tipo regolamentare, poi di capitale, solvency capital requirement, e noi in modo controdeduttivo abbiamo deciso di sfidare i soloni. Siamo qui. Ora però pensiamo di esserci anche nel 2030 con un approccio sano, solido, serio e soprattutto che confermi il trust che abbiamo dai consumatori, il trust che abbiamo dai nostri distributori e soprattutto il trust dei nostri azionisti. Scusate, sono andato lungo di 3 minuti, me la dà la regia, però sono partito 5 minuti lungo. Volevo forse fare una riflessione finale e proporvi una mia piccola condivisione. La condivisione passa da questa nostra elaborazione. Noi abbiamo deciso di chiamare bene una compagnia che si fonda su 4P. Non sono le 4P di Philip Kotler, del marketing management, non parlo di product placement, promotion, price, no. Parlo delle 4P che caratterizzano questa breve storia di bene. La prima è il purpose. Il purpose per noi è la nostra natura benefit, è la nostra chiara visione del futuro per chi esercita le assicurazioni. Non ci dimentichiamo che noi abbiamo un ruolo sociale. Non ci sarebbe sviluppo e progresso se non ci fossero le assicurazioni, non dimentichiamolo. Ma non ci potrebbe essere la coerenza al nostro purpose se non avessimo una dimensione people rilevante, se non avessimo talenti che hanno scelto di lavorare con noi. La nostra età media dei nostri dipendenti è 34,5 anni. L'età media dell'industria con cui noi competiamo è 47,5 anni. Questo vi dice che solo così noi possiamo scatenare la passione che ci porta a essere innovatori, a ricercare costantemente attraverso le nuove tecnologie di offrire una value proposition ai nostri consumatori e clienti che ci differenzi. E se i primi numeri ci danno soddisfazione, noi pensiamo che la performance per noi è solo l'output finale di ciò che abbiamo messo come input in termini di purpose, di people e di passione. Grazie.
Grazie mille Andrea. Leave room to questions, domande.
Ok, volevo chiedere una cosa. Quest'estate è stata ceduta a un grosso colosso assicurativo, Prima Assicurazioni. Volevo chiederle se secondo lei un percorso simile è qualcosa che vede nel futuro della compagnia.
Oggi devo dirle che non lo vedo. Oggi devo dirlo che io come imprenditore, azionista e fondatore non lo desidero. Io penso che abbiamo una storia profondamente diversa da prima. Prima era una managing general agency e non una compagnia autorizzata, quindi era un distributore con una grandissima capability tecnologica, ma prima era sostenuta innanzitutto da venture capitalist, quindi da capitale di ventura. Il nostro non è capitale di ventura, il nostro è permanent capital. E quindi la nostra è una long-term view. E con la nostra long-term view mi lasci dire che a Dio piacendo conto di rincontrarla ancora fra 5 anni.
Grazie Andrea. Any other question from the floor? Perfect.
Abbiamo recuperato il piccolo buffer di ritardo. Grazie a tutti.
Matteo. Ready to start the afternoon session. I ask Mirja Cartier to join the stage for the presentation related to Clessidra Group. Thank you, Mirja.
Thank you, Alarico. I have the bitter task to bring you back from the coffee, but also the pleasure to introduce you Clessidra. Here we have the top team together with, I'm the chairman of Clessidra. We have the Vice President Federico Ghizzoni, no need to introduce him, and the Managing Director of Clessidra Private Equity, Andrea Ottaviano, the Managing Director of Clessidra Capital Credit, Mario Fera, and the Managing Director of Clessidra Factoring, Gabriele Piccini. Clessidra is a multi-asset alternative investment platform dedicated to Italy's mid-market. It leads as one of the leading investment platforms in Italy, offering to SMEs capital, the strongest capability, and the integration of the ESG principles. It has been acquired by Italmobiliare in 2016, founded in 2003, and since then has pursued recently a diversified strategy, which brings us today with three different segments: private equity, capital credit, and factoring. Since its inception, Clessidra has invested almost 4 billion euros and has an asset under management of 1.7 billion euros. Its growth has been financed partly by Italmobiliare and partly by its own fund. It operates in our country, in Italy. Why Italy? Because, as you all know, Italy has a GDP of 2.2 trillion euros, is the 8th economy in the world, and is the second largest manufacturing country in Europe, also the second largest exporter country of goods in Europe. In fact, export is 620 billion, 30% of the GDP. And 50% of this export is towards non-European countries. So this is the reason why Clessidra operates in Italy, looking for these mid-sized companies, which are the backbone of our economy, actually. So mostly concentrated on the north of Italy, with an average revenue of 104 million, EBITDA of 11 million, and an average leverage of 2.5, but also throughout Italy, actually operates throughout Italy. And the target mid-sized companies is looking for are those companies with revenues between 30 and 500 million, an EBITDA with between 5 and 30 million, and the leading marketing position. As we said, is an alternative investment platform, multi-asset alternative investment platform with a complementary approach to Italian SMEs. We have Clessidra Holding, where I am the chairman, which fix the strategy and supervise and monitor the execution of the strategy with strict KPI. And then we have three verticals: the Clessidra Private Equity, interest in Italian SMEs, bringing them, of course, this capability and capital to exploit their positioning in the market and to boost also their growth, looking at companies with an enterprise value between 100 and 500 million euros. It offers a partnership with entrepreneurs and managers, and also giving them governance, digitalization, and the ESG principle integration that they need. It looks, as we said, to mid-cap, but also to small-cap, as we will later explain a little bit better. Clessidra Capital Credit, instead, is the group private debt arm of the company, and is looking at company in distress, but also performing company, as well as performing company. It manages three close-ended alternative investment funds: Clessidra Restructuring Fund, which invests in corporate unlikely to pay; Clessidra Private Debt, which offers supports to performing company to accompany them with strong potential to realize also their extraordinary deals such as M&A; and a Credit Recovery Fund, which in fact is buying non-performing loans from the bank and manages its recovery. And then we have Clessidra Factoring, which is a financial intermediary pursuant to Article 106 of the Italian Banking Act, and is supporting with specialists and highly tailored solution small, medium enterprise in a difficult moment. It is important to say that Italmobiliare is not only the sole shareholder, but is also an investor of these companies. In fact, Italmobiliare total commitment to Clessidra private equity is in the region of 182 million, with an IRR of over 20%. While in Clessidra Capital Credit, a total commitment by Italmobiliare is in the region of 59 million, with an IRR double digit. And also, the Clessidra Factoring, Italmobiliare invested circa 30 million with a return on equity of over 20%. Don't worry, Stefano, also for Clessidra, as any other Italmobiliare portfolio companies, sustainability is a driver to build a long-term value. And in fact, it contributes to sustainable development goals, the same that have been looked at before, and is adhering to the leading principles such as PRI, SBTi. And we have developed sustainability along 3 pillars. One is the operational excellence, mainly focused on health and safety, diversity and inclusion, and the process optimization. Just transition, we are looking at net zero. We have this net zero ambition for hydrocarbon, and also a special look at the social inclusion. And thriving leadership with a specific accent on innovation and a future orientation approach. What is important to underline is that, as any other Italmobiliare portfolio companies, even at Clessidra, sustainability is a filter at any stage of the investment, from the scouting until the exit. We are very proud of it. So let's make a deep dive to the vertical segment. Private equity, which historically is the first nucleus of activity of the group, has a solid historical record across 4 different private equity vintages, with a number of investments add-on, almost 40, and a good number of successful exits, more than our peers. 2 of the funds have been already entirely liquidated. The other 2 are still active, number 3 and number 4. Number 3 is almost entirely invested by 83%, as a size of 607 million, 6 investments, and show a multiple 2.1 and IRR, a gross IRR of 26%. The number 3 is invested by 60%, as a size of 581 million, have 7 investments already done, and show a multiple 1.3 and a gross IRR so far of 16%. Along the mid-cap strategy, recently Clessidra Private Equity developed also a new small cap, because again, this is the market we are working in, is full of mid-cap and small cap in our country. A small cap fund, which has been recently closed last July 2025, with a first round of subscription or commitment of 100 million. The cap is at 150 million, while the hard cap is at 200 million. It's important because this fund is focused on the agri-food sector that we all know for Italy is quite important. And then just a look at the vertical of capital credit, which came in 2019. It manages 3 alternative investment funds: Clessidra Restructuring, Clessidra Private Debt, and Clessidra Recovery. Clessidra Restructuring has a strategy of supporting turnaround of underperforming companies, has a size of 200 million 72, and an IRR of 8%. Has been created by contribution of credit, difficult credit from the banks. Now we have private debt that has been created in 2022, has a strategy of supporting performing companies with a size of 180, as I mentioned, is still in the investing stage, and has an expected internal rate of return of 14%. And then we have Clessidra Credit Recovery, the most recent, 2024, which has a strategy of buying non-performing loans from the bank, again, constituted at the beginning by contribution from the banks, and manages its recovery. The important thing is now that with the proceeds of this last fund, Clessidra Credit Recovery, we are going to buy new bulk of non-performing loans of about 1 billion, and therefore we are rotating the capital. The forthcoming pipeline foresees credit capital solution fund, size of 150 million, looking at companies with a leverage between 3 and 8 times. Clessidra Private Debt 2, 225 is the size, and has already collected 100 million from an anchor investor, which are expected to be finalized by the end of this year. And then, again, it's important to look at the mechanism of the recovery fund, because, as we say, it's rotating this capital with the new stage of the same fund. Clessidra Factoring, least but not last. Clessidra Factoring operates in a very complex market, whereby there is the major part of the players are belonging to banking groups, and other perimeter are captive factoring entities, mainly serving group companies or their suppliers. Here we have a dedicated specialized niche of factoring entities working for distressed SMEs, where Clessidra Factoring operates, and together with General Finance. This is focused on distressed SMEs, providing liquidity to boost companies in temporary financial distress. We can easily say that the startup stage of Clessidra Factoring has been successfully completed. In fact, as you may see from the major KPI, we have a turnover which runs for 248 in 2021, arriving at almost 1 billion in 2024, with a growth of 57%, which has been confirmed also in the first half of 2025 with a growth of 34% year on year. And also the net income was almost 1 billion in 2021, getting to 4 million in 2024. Sorry, and even in this case, the first half of 2025 is confirming a strong, steady growth of 61% year on year. An eye on cost income, because I know that Gabriela is particularly proud of it, is for 78% cost income at the beginning, is now 45.3, with really a very good optimization, and a return on equity. I'm sure Italmobiliare would be more than happy than that is going from 9.2 to 14.6%. So we can say that even Clessidra Factoring is doing a great job, which confirms that overall Clessidra is a synergistic player for Italmobiliare, not only as a portfolio company, but also as a scouting for better investment with significant return. So I've been more than quick. Alarico, you should be happy about it. Thank you. We're happy to receive your questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mirja. Any question from the floor? Question? Good.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mirja. So the next is Luca Musicco, the CEO of Italgen. Luca, thank you.
Buongiorno a tutti, io sono Luca Musicco, amministratore delegato di Italgen dal 2020. Italgen è la energy company del gruppo Italmobiliare. Due brevi parole su di me prima di iniziare. Allora, confesso, ma ne vado molto fiero e orgoglioso, professionalmente nasco e cresco professionalmente all'interno del gruppo. Entro nel gruppo Italcementi circa 20 anni fa, nella direzione finanza di gruppo di Italcementi, poi ovviamente con una doverosa e dovuta gavetta di circa 10 anni assumo ruoli con responsabilità crescenti, e poi dopo l'opportunità di seguire Italmobiliare in questa nuova sfida nel 2016, assumendo il ruolo di CFO all'interno di Italgen. Ho 15 minuti, anche io vorrei investirne un paio per farvi vedere il nostro nuovo video corporate, che oltre a ritenerlo emozionante, secondo me è molto sintetico di quello che vi mostrerò dopo nel corpo della mia presentazione, quindi chiedo alla regia di far partire il video.
In un mondo che si sforza di contenere le emissioni, c'è un'azienda nata sostenibile oltre 100 anni fa. La nostra è una storia che prende il via dall'energia dell'acqua nel 1907, con la costruzione in Lombardia della centrale idroelettrica del Dezzo in Val di Scalve. La prima delle molte derivazioni idroelettriche che abbiamo in gestione in diverse regioni d'Italia. Una storia, quella di Italgen, che oggi si alimenta anche dall'energia del sole, grazie ai nuovi impianti fotovoltaici e ai numerosi progetti che sono già in via di realizzazione. Una storia di crescita sostenibile che ci ha portati a diventare un player di primo piano nel settore della produzione e trasporto di energia elettrica da fonti 100% rinnovabili. Con una rete di oltre 300 km di elettrodotti, impianti di produzione di energia 100% green in tutta Italia, che producono ogni anno energia pari al fabbisogno di oltre 90.000 famiglie. Impianti questi controllati tutti dalla nostra centrale operativa di Villa di Serio, alimentati dall'energia e dall'impegno delle nostre persone e soprattutto dalla loro passione. Passione per l'ambiente, passione per lo sport, passione per le persone, passione per la cultura, passione per il territorio. C'è chi fa di tutto per contenere le emissioni e chi è a zero emissioni da oltre 100 anni. Italgen, passion for energy.
Sì, è molto bello, mi piace molto questo video. Allora, noi ci definiamo nativi rinnovabili perché nasciamo più di 100 anni fa con la costruzione delle prime centrali idroelettriche in provincia di Bergamo tra la Val di Scalve e la Val Seriana, quindi abbiamo una storia molto lunga, nasciamo all'interno di Italcementi e arriviamo al 2016 con 17 derivazioni idroelettriche. Chiaramente per noi cambia il mondo perché c'è il change of control, passiamo sotto il controllo diretto di Italmobiliare, quindi la prima cosa che facciamo col nuovo management team è cambiare business model. Decidiamo di valorizzare tutti gli asset all'estero, chiaramente noi prima eravamo il braccio armato nel settore energia di Italcementi in Italia all'estero, col passaggio sotto il controllo diretto e venendo meno tutte le sinergie con Italcementi, quello era assolutamente la prima cosa da fare, quindi pianifichiamo la valorizzazione degli asset all'estero. E cosa facciamo? Rifocalizziamo il nostro business sull'Italia. Facendo cosa? Nei primi, dal 2016 al 2020, decidiamo di investire in tecnologia. Realizziamo la nostra sala di telecontrollo centralizzata a Villa di Serio, presidiata 24/7, e facciamo alcuni investimenti tattici in automazioni e sistemi di sensoristica avanzati sui nostri impianti storici, sistemi molto avanzati che permettono anche di svolgere funzioni di manutenzione predittiva. E così arriviamo al 2020 come si suol dire, abbiamo sistemato la macchina, è ora di schiacciare il piede sull'acceleratore ed è quello che facciamo. Dal 2021 incominciamo a crescere facendo cosa? Rivampiamo, effettuiamo i revamping su gran parte degli asset storici, effettuiamo 6 acquisizioni tattiche in ambito idroelettrico, aggiungendo al nostro portafoglio 14 derivazioni idroelettriche e in parallelo puntiamo a diversificare le fonti andando a sviluppare e costruire impianti fotovoltaici e riusciamo a farne atterrare ben 9. In parallelo cambiamo anche strategia commerciale. Prima, diciamo, la quasi totalità della nostra energia era venduta sostanzialmente in borsa elettrica nazionale. Decidiamo di metterci al servizio delle PMI, dell'industria italiana, e quindi sigliamo una trentina di PPA a lungo termine con selezionati clienti industriali e rinnoviamo la nostra politica ESG. Così sostanzialmente in 5 anni passiamo da 57 megawatt a 103 megawatt, quindi più 80% di capacità produttiva installata, e diversifichiamo le fonti di produzione da 100% idro a 70% idro e 30% fotovoltaico. E questo è dove siamo oggi, a 103 megawatt. Diciamo, non ci fermiamo qui, ovviamente il piano di sviluppo di Italgen è molto ambizioso. Abbiamo un piano industriale che prevede nel prossimo triennio di superare i 160 megawatt di potenza, di capacità produttiva installata, sempre solo 100% rinnovabile in Italia, sostanzialmente svolgendo un ruolo da protagonista nel percorso di transizione ecologica del nostro Paese. Come dicevo, con il sostegno e la guida della holding noi la sostenibilità ce l'abbiamo nel DNA, però chiaramente l'abbiamo rinnovata col passaggio sotto il controllo diretto di Italmobiliare. Abbiamo aderito al Global Compact delle Nazioni Unite, al WEP, e abbiamo da quest'anno target di riduzione delle emissioni di CO2 validati da SBTi sia near term al 2030 sia net zero al 2040. Inoltre l'anno scorso abbiamo deciso di diventare società benefit, questo per statutarizzare i nostri impegni verso l'ambiente e i diritti umani. Sono target ambiziosi, sono impegni ambiziosi ma doverosi dal nostro punto di vista. Siamo inoltre certificati ISO 14001 e 45001, inoltre EcoVadis ci riconosce la Gold Medal. Questo perché, secondo una valutazione che va a toccare tutte le sfere ESG, risultiamo tra i top 5% in Italia, come anche Caffè Borbone. Passiamo ai numeri. Allora, qui trovate i numeri degli ultimi 4 anni e mezzo, quindi dal 2021, dall'inizio 2021 a metà del 2025. In blu vedete le revenues, in verde l'EBITDA adjusted e in giallo la linea è la nostra produzione, l'energia prodotta. Allora, chiaramente le revenues beneficiano di un allargamento del perimetro che è stato comunque consistente negli ultimi anni. L'EBITDA anch'esso è in forte crescita, nonostante comunque 2 effetti negativi straordinari subiti nel 22 e nel 23, che sono le misure poste in essere dal governo contro il caro energia, che comunque hanno impattato in modo pesante la nostra redditività, e un periodo di siccità estrema che abbiamo registrato da inizio 2022 ad aprile 23. Questo si vede assolutamente nei numeri. La produzione sostanzialmente risente degli stessi effetti. L'anno scorso abbiamo toccato il record storico a livello gruppo. Da notare, secondo me, di molto interessante in questa slide è anche il leverage. Vedete comunque che in termini di rapporto net debt EBITDA a fine 2024 siamo usciti a 1 per. Tra l'altro quello è il leverage calcolato sull'EBITDA contabile, mentre se uno va a misurarlo sull'EBITDA adjusted è addirittura più basso. Questo per dire che comunque rispetto ai peers siamo tuttora oggi sottoindebitati, quindi c'è assolutamente margine per poter crescere in modo sostenibile. Per quanto riguarda il cash flow, investimenti, dividendi e cash flow operativo, andiamo su questa slide di dettaglio, che a mio avviso è sintetica ma spiega molto bene le fonti e gli impieghi di questi 4 anni e mezzo. Allora, noi in questi 4 anni e mezzo abbiamo investito in operazioni di M&A e sviluppo di nuovi impianti fotovoltaici 46 milioni di euro. On top a questi 46 milioni di euro abbiamo capex per manutenzioni straordinarie su impianti storici per 17 milioni di euro e in aggiunta abbiamo distribuito 34 milioni di euro a Italmobiliare. Come abbiamo finanziato questi impieghi? Il cash flow operativo del periodo è stato di 57 milioni di euro, poi abbiamo avuto proceeds generati dalla valorizzazione degli asset all'estero per 25 milioni e una espansione, un ricorso alla leva finanziaria per 14 milioni. Questo per dirvi cosa? Che siamo riusciti a finanziare in questi 4 anni e mezzo la quasi totalità dei capex con il cash flow operativo. Quindi a questo a maggior riprova che c'è assolutamente ampio margine per la crescita nei prossimi anni. Un altro nostro punto di forza cos'è? Che per dare solidità e prevedibilità ai nostri cash flow, come dicevo prima, abbiamo deciso di modificare la strategia commerciale e implementato una strategia di hedging, la cui metodologia è assolutamente condivisa con l'azionista, devo dire molto strutturata, che prevede un mix di strumenti che agiscono sul breve termine e sul lungo termine. Sul breve termine solitamente utilizziamo vendita a grossisti a prezzo fisso sull'orizzonte temporale di 2 o 3 anni. Per andare a coprire il nostro rischio prezzo sulla produzione futura nel lungo termine utilizziamo contratti PPA a prezzo fisso con selezionati clienti industriali. La nostra caratteristica, a me piace chiamare Italgen la boutique delle energie rinnovabili. Perché? Perché chiaramente avendo una disponibilità di energia tutto sommato limitata, noi clienti ce li scegliamo. Andiamo a selezionare quelle aziende che sono molto attente alla sostenibilità e vogliono trovare un partner di lungo termine come Italgen che ha la stessa visione. Abbiamo in portafoglio, il nostro portafoglio conta circa 30, ma stanno già diventando 35 clienti industriali, qui trovate i principali, e l'altra cosa interessante è che il prezzo medio ponderato fisso di queste coperture è superiore a 110 euro megawattora, quindi diciamo abbiamo degli ottimi flussi di cassa prospettici. On top a questo, l'edge ratio sui prossimi 2 anni è superiore al 50%, quindi praticamente siamo quasi sicuri di fare i nostri budget. Passiamo a questo interessante case study, che secondo me è un po' l'esempio delle sinergie che si vengono a creare all'interno del gruppo Italmobiliare. Allora, questo è il progetto San Giovanni e vi spiego il perché del nome. Allora, la società Capitelli, che è anch'essa controllata da Italmobiliare, ha come prodotto di punta, e vi consiglio di provarlo se non l'avete ancora fatto, il San Giovanni. L'hanno provato qua, io non ho avuto il tempo. Il prosciutto San Giovanni è il cotto più buono d'Italia, non lo dico solo io, ma vincono questo riconoscimento, c'è da diversi anni. Quindi noi abbiamo modificato il nome in San Giovanni, Sole Giovanni, perché la nostra ambizione è quello di cuocere con la luce del sole il prosciutto cotto più buono d'Italia. Facendo come? Allora, sostanzialmente siamo andati ad acquisire il diritto di superficie su circa 6,5 ettari di terreni adiacenti allo stabilimento e poi abbiamo sviluppato, progettato e costruito un impianto da quasi 5 megawatt di potenza di picco fotovoltaico con una tecnologia innovativa. Allora, gli elementi innovativi di questo progetto sono molteplici. In primis la tecnologia. È una tecnologia solare che monta pannelli bifacciali a inseguimento monoassiale. Cosa vuol dire? Che sono i pannelli bifacciali, quindi c'è il silicio anche sulla parte sottostante del pannello, sono montati su dei tracker che inseguono il sole da est a ovest, quindi aumenta molto la producibilità, noi stimiamo nell'intorno del 25% rispetto al solare fotovoltaico classico che è puntato a sud con un'inclinazione del 25%. Questo è il primo elemento innovativo. Il secondo elemento innovativo è che è direttamente collegato alla rete di media tensione dello stabilimento di Capitelli. Da un punto di vista normativo, uno schema di questo tipo si configura come SEU, adesso ve la banalizzo un attimo, sostanzialmente per tutta l'energia che viene prodotta e consumata nello stesso momento in loco non sono dovuti gli oneri di trasporto, di dispacciamento e di sistema, che più o meno sulla bolletta di un industriale pesa alla metà. Quindi è naturalmente un win-win, perché abbiamo negoziato un accordo di lungo termine con Capitelli che prevede un prezzo fisso, però quel prezzo fisso è inevitabilmente a forte sconto per Capitelli e a premio per noi, quindi è sicuramente un'operazione win-win. Il primo step di questo progetto, che è costruire e allacciare l'impianto, si completerà a giorni. Abbiamo completato i lavori, siamo in attesa delle ultime pratiche per l'allaccio, ma sono fiducioso che entro la fine di ottobre sarà operativo e funzionante. Produrrà circa 7 gigawattora all'anno e il secondo step di questo progetto sarà installare una batteria in grado di coprire i consumi notturni dello stabilimento, così avremo decarbonizzato sostanzialmente tutti i consumi elettrici attuali dello stabilimento. Questa batteria sarà modulare, perciò ci sarà la possibilità di aumentare il pacco batterie nel tempo, perché i consumi di Capitelli sono attesi in forte crescita, perché la società sta ragionando sulla possibilità di convertire i forni per la cottura dei prosciutti, che attualmente sono a gas, in forni elettrici. Quindi noi avremo, vedete il rapporto tra capacità produttiva del nostro impianto rispetto ai consumi attuali di Capitelli è 1,7, quindi c'è ampio margine per supportarli in questo percorso di transizione ecologica nei prossimi anni. Sarà sostanzialmente lo step 2 e lo step 3 del progetto. Concludo con questa slide. In questa slide troviamo un po' quello che è la sintesi del nostro piano industriale dei prossimi 3 anni. Qual è il nostro obiettivo? Continuare sulla stessa strada, diversificando ulteriormente le fonti di produzione e la geografia. Devo dire che oltre ad aumentare la capacità produttiva installata dell'80% negli ultimi 4 anni, abbiamo lavorato già su questa pipeline, quindi i 58 megawatt di pipeline che vedete sono progetti concreti, tra l'altro una parte di essi già ready to build, gli altri arriveranno ready to build o ne troveremo degli altri. Questa pipeline ci permetterà nei prossimi 3 anni di salire a 160 megawatt, che è il nostro target. Riducendo ulteriormente la quota di idro, che attualmente è al 70%, 72%, scenderà leggermente sotto il 50%. Inoltre anche la geografia muterà leggermente, il nord si ridurrà ulteriormente dal 92% al 67%. Abbiamo deciso comunque di mantenere il nord in assoluta maggioranza, perché anche la parte d'Italia che preferiamo, dove abbiamo più sinergie, dove abbiamo più presidio e chiaramente il team di manutenzione si muove con un'assoluta rapidità. Questo è quello che abbiamo in corso, ma assolutamente il nostro ruolo è quello di essere un po' il braccio armato delle PMI, delle eccellenze italiane nel percorso di transizione ecologica, facendo la nostra parte all'interno del Paese. Io ho finito, forse con un po' di anticipo, se ci sono domande sono a vostra disposizione.
Forse un dettaglio da dare qua sulla parte wind, magari, che è un progettone un po' grande. No,
sì, rispondo subito a questa domanda, che è giusto. Allora, devo dire che è un progetto wind molto grosso, da più o meno 35 megawatt in Sud Italia, che abbiamo deciso di sviluppare perché comunque al nostro interno abbiamo delle competenze nell'eolico, abbiamo già sviluppato progetti eolici quando eravamo all'interno del gruppo Italcementi e poi dopo li abbiamo valorizzati anche in situazioni più complesse nel deserto. Abbiamo deciso di svilupparlo perché abbiamo un terreno di proprietà in Puglia e quindi per provare a valorizzarlo abbiamo avviato il permitting di questo progetto, però nell'eolico, a differenza del solare, si sa quando si inizia ma non si sa mai quando si finisce. Chiaramente il grado di diciamo, certezza di questo progetto rispetto agli altri è un pochettino più ridotto, però devo dire siamo in conclusione della prima conferenza di servizi, sono abbastanza positivo.
Thank you, Luca. Grazie Luca. Any questions on Italgen? Yes. Jonathan?
Thank you for the presentation. I have a bit of leverage question on your company that you're running, because you have real assets and they're very cash generating, and there's a low net debt to EBITDA ratio. So maybe you can talk a bit about the target level. Will it go up because of the investment, or where do you think the structure is optimal? Thank you.
Ok, allora sì, siamo assolutamente sottoindebitati rispetto al settore che secondo la mia analisi viaggia diciamo tra il 3 e il 4 per, poi quando arrivano full invested si spingono anche ben sopra al 5, arrivano anche al 7 dei nostri peers. Diciamo che noi siamo assolutamente prudenti e tutte le nostre azioni sono ben ragionate. Dal mio punto di vista non ci spingeremo mai a un livello di leva insostenibile, però dal mio punto di vista arrivare tra il 2 e il 3 per è assolutamente sostenibile, arrivandoci in modo progressivo e con una forte attenzione ai rischi, ovvero mitigando in modo adeguato il rischio prezzo sulla produzione futura.
Forse è anche utile dire quante sono le capex più o meno che ti servono per arrivare ai 160, perché poi quello è un pezzo di rileverage.
Sì, sono dai 50 ai 60 milioni di euro che ci aspettiamo. Devo dire che abbiamo anche già firmato, sottoscritto una linea di credito per quasi la metà di questi soldi, tra l'altro a un tasso, a uno spread che è il minimo storico assoluto per Italgen. Quindi io vedo la strada spianata, poi ripeto, in questa pipeline non ci sono progetti di acquisizione, che come avete visto invece negli ultimi 5 anni abbiamo concluso 6 operazioni di M&A, portando all'interno del nostro periodo 14 derivazioni idroelettriche, semplicemente perché questi non sono prevedibili, quindi sono in corso valutazioni continue di dossier M&A, ma devo dire rispetto a altri nostri competitor noi siamo molto molto selettivi e il target di rendimento che avete visto nella slide del case study è un po' il nostro target in tutte le operazioni, quindi noi targetiamo il 10% di unlevered IRR, project IRR.
Grazie Luca. Another question? Awesome. Okay.
L'ho anticipato. Okay.
Any other question? Not? Thank you Luca for your presentation.
Grazie a tutti per l'attenzione. Buongiorno.
Now the last of the day is Davide Rossetti, the CEO of Studi. Thank you Davide.
Thank you. Okay, thank you and good afternoon. Now we'll talk about Studi, which is last acquisition by Italmobiliare in 2022. When I joined the company as a CEO, I have an experience of almost 30 years in the sporting goods industry. Sporting goods products has always been with me. I work both on the side of the industry, and I was lucky and fortunate enough also to work on the side of retail, which gave me a more complete vision. My last experience was on what can be considered a competitor of Studi, which was Northwave, where I was the managing director for approximately 6 years. So as a first, as all my colleagues did, I would like to have an introduction video, which is also serving as a platform of the presentation. Thank you very much. This video is always creating a little bit of goat skin to me, even if I watched it, I think, 500 times. So the story of CD started in 1960. The company takes the name from the founder because CD is Signori Dino, which was the founder of CD, a man which turned 90 2 days ago, and which started to work on shoes, to craft shoes, probably when he was 10 years old, with a lot of passion for cycling. He almost became a professional cyclist in the beginning of the 50s, but at the time the need for his family was to have him bringing money at home, and the money coming from professional cyclists was not enough, and he started in his car box at home. As most of the people in the area where we are located, which is in the Montebelluna footwear district, which is the same district where is located the other company, Tecnica Group, which is basically the land where the majority of the brands which are in the sport technical footwear, if they're not there, they have an office there. If they do not have an office there, for sure they use local studios or supporting consulting and so on, because there is historically a high level of expertise on moving from the initial design to the final prototypes before going into production. And this because sport technical shoes in general works by millimeters, so it's very different than the shoes that we are using or sneakers where you can easily probably move your finger into your shoes. This is something which is totally different when it is about sport technical shoes. He started doing ski boots, as most of the people in the area, but then his passion, his mindset about cycling was still there, so he started to understand what could have been an idea for a better way of cycling, because at the time, we're talking about the 60s, people were riding with something that was similar to what we can call moccasins, leather, rigid soles, and so on. So from micro-418 leathers to other technical solutions, and more than anything else, he understood that partnering with riders and staying close to the riders was the first entry, the first window of entry for new solution, because it was matching their needs. And so from there, the history of CD started with innovation, and innovation has been at the base of CD for all his history. Meanwhile, he started also a production of motorcycle boots, and the two point of reference were on one side Francesco Moser, and on the other side Giacomo Agostini. Just to let understand, if you come to our company, wherever you go around the company, there are images of people that, for sure, riders, cyclists, and so on, that you all know. As the company and the period, the years were progressing, the more it was entering into innovation, so the more it was attracting other riders that were interested on going riding on CD shoes and CD bicycle shoes and CD moto boots, to the point that with the 80s, his level of innovation probably achieved the peak, because many innovations at the time are still today standard for the industry of footwear. In the 90s, it was the moment where CD started to become global. So up till the 80s, it was mostly an Italian company. Starting with the 80s, it started to spread around the globe. And with the first 10 years of the year 2000, it was probably the maximum expansion, with champions winning championship and all the most famous products. Obviously, this is a family business. As sometimes happens, family business, there is a generational transition to manage, and so they arrived to approximately 2020 where this didn't happen, and likely they came in contact with Italmobiliare. I remember since from the beginning when obviously I was involved in this new opportunity, that the merge between, let's say, one family on one side, the Signori family, and on the other side, the platform of Italmobiliare, which is also a family with this expertise to manage companies, was probably the best solution for CD to go into the future. So as we said, we have a kind of iconic building, really recognizable in front of the hills, which are few miles away from Asolo, which probably you better know. We have two plants, one in Italy and one in Romania, where there are 263 employees. Approximately 45 are involved in the offices, and all the rest is between production and logistics. In our factories, we produce approximately 300,000 pairs per year. As you can see, in Italy, there is obviously all the headquarters, there is part of the production, and there is the logistics. In Romania, there is only production. Typically, the production of footwear is divided into steps. There are 2 steps which are made in Romania, and then 2 steps which are made in Italy. In terms of the distribution, you probably remember what I said before, no? The 90s started the development, the globalization of CD. Today, CD is selling 92% outside of Italy and 8% in Italy. Our distribution so far is made mainly of distributors, so companies which are reselling our products in their country. Obviously, they are specialty company in bike and in moto. And today, we are present in 72 countries, so this gives the number of our global presence. In all of these countries, there is usually a distributor for moto and a distributor for bike. They are 2 different because they are, despite they might have some similarities, but in the end, whether it is in terms of distribution, commercial practices, events, communication, they are 2 words that are not so close. 60% of our business is based in Europe, and 20% in America and in North America, and 20% in the rest of the world. For sure, the potential of CD for the future can be much exploited, particularly in North America, I would say, for sure, even in the rest of the world. Today, when we say rest of the world, for sure, Japan and Australia are playing a role, but also the other countries are growing and following. In North America, I remember when I came on board in the very beginning also to understand more about CD, which was the point of view of potential commercial partner and so on. It's unbelievable how the image of CD, particularly in the United States, is really like a luxury brand of sports. So Italia, racing, quality, and so on. So there is really a huge potential there. The ratio of the 2 businesses in value is 52% motorcycle and 48% in cycling. For sure, we have also an additional element maybe to highlight that below this there is a separation between what is road and what is off-road. For sure, in motorcycle and off-road is, let's say, one of the main pillars of the company, and historically the company was also the brand for motocross in moto. A brand like CD need a lot of visibility. Let's say that since from the beginning, since from the foundation, from the partnership to the riders, to the partnership with events, championship, and so on. This has always been part of CD. So if we're talking about cycling, even during the last weekend, we were at Eroica. Eroica is also Nova Eroica. We are collaborating with RCS and with the Marathon, the Dolomites, but this is just, believe me, 4 out of a very huge number of events that we are participating and sponsoring during the year. Same with Moto, where we are obviously with MotoGP, with Motocross GP, with Enduro Republic, and also with Super Enduro and Hard Enduro. So this most often implies circuits, obviously, and visibility around the circuits. I'm sure that the one of you that for some, let's say, passion or interest are following MotoGP, for sure, they used to see our billboards around the circuit. Needless to say that the relationship with the pilots in moto and riders in bicycle remain key. One of the key points that we bring back as soon as we came on board, which was something that the company, let's say, abandoned a little bit in the last 10 years, is the strict relationship with the riders. We have approximately 350 riders and ambassadors, but for the let's say the best riders, but let's say I would say at least 20 to 30% of the riders, it's not just about providing products. It's not just giving them a pair of shoes and they use it, but it's really on one side assisting them weekly, daily, because for people which are riding a bicycle or riding on a motorbike, but if you're riding in a bicycle, probably Marco knows it very well, they ride 6, 7, 8 hours per day. So the difference between the morning and the afternoon, the spring and the summer, so there is a lot of adaptation. And one of the points that we want to bring back, we are bringing back, is to offer them a kind of 5-star services when it is about servicing them. So if they have any kind of need, any kind of issue, any kind of additional improvement, with the people that we have that are part of the racing service department, so the ones which are following the riders, but particularly with the people working at the company. You know, making shoes is still requires a lot of hands on the product, so there is a little automation. So usually, let's say we call them like blue collar. I like more to call them artisans because they're really doing everything by hands. And among them, there are some of them which are really able to work by millimeter and to satisfy the needs of the riders. So this is something that we are really, on one side, bringing them back, on the other side, using also as an argument when we are approaching riders. And that's where we were able to bring with us top riders, so such as, for example, for sure, all of you know or heard about Isaac Del Toro, which is the rising star in cycle, which almost win the Giro d'Italia this year, but he's a boy from 2005, so he's just 20 years old. And on the other side, Brad Binder. When we came on board, you know, we saw that you see the victories of CD, no? Of championship is 116 in cycle, 108 in moto. Whatever rider you mentioned, even in bicycle, Indurain, Contador, Moser, they were all with CD, no? The point is that in a process of renovation of the company, renovation of the product, we decided to target young, talented, emerging riders. That's why we were what we do, and where we went to try to take young riders, which are 2006, 2005, 2004, which are the rising star of tomorrow, and which is giving a lot of results to us today. When we came on board, obviously one point was how to transform the company. You have imagined that a man, which when we came on board was 87 with 260 employees and very poor organization, no processes. Most of the activities inside were person to person, by voice or by pen. The process of transformation was one of the issues, but the other key point was the transformation of the product, because the collections, there were no recent innovations, in a market where, as also Technica was saying, we are daily working on researching the excellence. So working on the performance, working on the lightweight, working on the breathability is one of the key issues. So one of the first point was to reinforce the R&D department and product development collection and start to work on developing new products, which was one of the big efforts of the last 2 years and a half. On the other, as much as we were going into developing new products, we saw that the new products with the existing logo were a little bit clashing, meaning even new products with the existing logo, considering that that logo was the same for the last 25 years and associated almost always to the same products in the last 10 years, we understood that there was a potential behind to go for a rebranding. Obviously, we studied this for a very long time. We involved a couple of even external consulting companies. We like to do things in-house and our way, so we merge groups between product and administration, between marketing and accounting to exchange ideas, information, direction, proposals, and so on, till when we arrived to make a final selection that we study and analyze also with the team of Italmobiliare. We finally arrived to the decision to move for the logo that you see here on the back end that we introduced from collection Spring Summer 26, which is the collection that we presented in May. But when it is about marketing, it's not just about the rebranding. The company, as it was a little bit old-styled, even in marketing, it was really limited, I would say, to billboards on the circuits, giving product to the riders. That's it. For sure, one of the points when we started to think about the new marketing for CD was about almost thinking the idea to abandon the traditional marketing concept, but to move to the content generation marketing, meaning that with the possibility that we have today of getting in touch and getting in contact with our target consumer, the need of creating, generating content, I don't want to say daily, but almost daily, is, let's say, one of the natural premises. So the need of communicating new products to new target with existing channel is the key to support our sales network that we strongly reinforce internally and also in the relationship with our distribution partner. It was a company where who was dedicated to sales was almost not even traveling. Today, let's say our sales team is daily around the globe, I would say, assisting, training, supporting, visiting key accounts, making reports. We're now building an internal additional dashboard for the performance of our partner around the globe. And also to the point that we almost decided to leave the traditional scheme of trade shows, if not going for our own event and local events. The video that you see now is part of this strategy when in May, in the beautiful venue of Grisart, we presented a new collection for the first time, bringing under the same roof all the bicycle people, all the moto people, presenting the new logo, the new strategy, and obviously the vision of CD, which is not just about making a new product, but working on a complete brand in bike and in moto. Needless to say, what is at the base, which can obviously give us the fuel to grow even more for the future, are 2 points. One is the operational excellence, and the other is the logistic platform. The company that we found in 2022 was working on a model which is we can call make to order, meaning I receive an order, I produce an order, I deliver it in 90 days, and no made to stock, which means I have at the back of a warehouse which can support the demand in a very fast way. So on one side, we are working more and more on expanding our operational platform, which is not considering anymore just the internal production made in Italy and made in Romania, Romania, but also opening up to third parties, which can obviously offering us more flexibility and more potential of development for the future. On the other, we are empowering our and developing our logistic platform, because the more we are working on transformation our distribution, it means that the better the level of service have to be, because as we did, for example, during the last 12 months, we started also to work directly with some key accounts around Europe, which means that if we receive an order today, probably tomorrow it has to be on their table, so the level of response has to be completely different than what was before. At the base of this, there is the new management, because other than me, it was necessary to create a complete team of managers which are coming from the industry. They were all a little bit data-driven maniacs, meaning that whatever we are taking as a new project or transforming project, the first point is how to create a dashboard which can give us numbers with which we can drive the change, understand the performance, and be ready for the next step. In an environment where, 260, the time probably, they were probably almost the same number, 260 people, they were working under the same person for probably 20, 25 years with the new approach, the new ownership, the new way of working of the new managers. And some other new people that we introduced. It was necessary to start to work deeply on transformation, also the skills of the people that was working at the company, but also of the people that we were incorporating at the company. That's why we started to invest heavily on mandatory and non-mandatory trainings, which were 2,200 hours in 2024, which are at the base also for incorporating, let's say, or integrating into their knowledge, skills, understanding, all the other pillars that we are bringing to the company. In this, as we were progressing, we started immediately also a dialogue, a collaboration with the local universities in the area, whether they are BA, engineering, and so on, with which we develop projects, but at the same time we started to bring people at the company in a form of internship and then in a form of full-time equivalent, to the point that all the introduction of new people in 2024 is both 32 years old, the average age, and so far the average age of the one introduced in 2025 is 29 years. So we have a lot of young, talented guys which are working on the projects together with the people which have more experience. On the other side, as we saw for all the other companies of Italmobiliare, for sure, one point was to work on diversity, equality, inclusion. We have 70% of our employees are women. If we took the specific case of Romania, it's 84. They are obviously distributed all over the organization, and so for us is really a key factor, a key element to give to everybody the same opportunity, the same accessibility to different positions, the same level of training, and that's something that we are working hard to keep going and developing. That's why, other than other activities, we adhere to the woman empowerment principle. On the other side, two other pillars, which are obviously environment on one side and health and safety on the others. We have also working with the SBTI, the Science-Based Target Initiative, with a clear target for 2030 and 2050. Meanwhile, we are obviously, thanks also to the support of the team of Italmobiliare and the team of Stefano Gardi, working on a specific plan which is related to our materials and to our products and the consequent emissions. emission. We also achieved the ISO certification 4001, which, as you know, is a voluntary certification, but is a way also for ourselves to keep the bar and keep working under certain responsibility and results. On the other side, obviously, health and safety, as I was saying, out of 260 employees, more than 200 are workers, so related to production, where there is cutting, stitching, and other machinery that we are using. So the introduction of the safety audit in the initial phase, again with the support of the team of Italmobiliare. And now we are doing them even by ourselves, meaning that each manager is taking a group of different people from different departments in a kind of the so-called Gemba walk, meaning they are walking through departments where they can identify which are the weaknesses and finding a way to map them and to find solutions. So we are not working only with health and safety manager, which is supporting us, but as Stefano is always saying, health and safety is not a matter of one person, it's a matter of an organization, so everybody must be part of the solution and part also of identify opportunities to improve in every single department. When we're talking about the result, the company was coming from a decreasing, if not stable turnover in between 2019 and 2020. As usual, as for most of the company in the sport world, what they call after COVID bubble was a bubble, meaning that particularly then I would say more in the bicycle industry than in the motor industry. The impact of this bubble was quite big in the very beginning, but also with some consequences on the year after. Italmobiliare came on board, let's say, bought CD in the end of 2022. The results that you can see in 2023 is part due to a, let's say, cleaning process of some situation. For example, we completely reorganized our distribution in the United States. So we stopped working with the historical distributor of CD, which was a small regional distributor. Today we have two big, solid distributors, which are really, they have interesting plans also for the future. So we are growing a lot there. And let's say the combination of the new product, the new introduction, the new logo, and particularly the very strong effort put on the distribution network give us already a plus 33 increase in turnover in 2024. EBITDA, obviously, after 2 years from the acquisition, we have to consider that there are more or less now 3.5 million, 3.7 million, which are due to the new management team, the investment on new products, and most of the results that you can see from the years that were previous COVID were also driven by the fact that with no innovation, it means no investment, no design, no prototype, and so on. So it was more a cutting cost effect than an efficiency effect. First half of 2025, we were plus 11 year-on-year compared to last year. If you want to have a snapshot on what the market is, let's say bicycle and moto market doesn't have that much market insight, except a little bit for bicycle in North America. So obviously we found our way to keep under control what most of the market with the certified data are doing. We can see that versus 24, they are +1 on revenues. I have to say that this is also the, let's say, the effect of companies also with the different trends, so which are doing really well or which are doing exactly the opposite. Sorry. Future strategy. I know that Alarico is looking at me. Future strategy is keep working and developing on bicycle and motorbike shoes with obviously a specific attention on sustainability. We did already a project last year that is coming into effect, dividing our materials and components in 3 different areas. One is the material which did already the transition to the new generation of material. The other one is available material that for different reasons cost laboratory tests which are not yet satisfying us 100%, or other reason they exist but they are not already incorporated into our products. And the third that we are obviously on which we are keeping an eye, where there is not an alternative, but this is what we are working on, as I said, even with the university. In any case, the point is to be back as the top of mind selection for the consumer when it is about motorbike boots or bicycle shoes. Consolidating our global presence in key markets. More and more now we are dividing into 3 tiers. Key markets, markets which get the influence of the key markets, and the 3rd tiers market. With the key markets, we are developing specific plan with them, collaborating with them on working on which are the key drivers for growth on that specific market. When you're strong in this kind of business, when they're strong in the United States, it's not just about the United States, because most of the world of Asia, Australia, New Zealand, they are more influenced by what happened in the United States than what happened in Europe, for example. When we're talking about distribution, obviously, again, as I said before, we need to, and we are working on improving our distribution network, being more efficient on our delivery. So that's why we work a lot on our warehouse and our warehouse system, and also on our IT. But again, developing more and more in a way to be as much reachable as possible, particularly in countries where today are part of the 2nd wave of regeneration of our distribution network.
Any plans to expand out of shoes and leverage the CD brand into like other accessories like helmets, jackets, etc.?
Well, let's say that about this we talk since day one, but also we talk about the fact that the priority is CD. So the point number 1 of our project is to create such a solid base for CD that then we can think about the next step. For sure, this can be an option, particularly because when you're working with footwear, obviously, how can I say, accessing to different product categories amplify your visibility, because riders, pilots, whatever it is, videos or interviews, the head is the most visible part, the body is the 2nd, and probably the shoes or the boots are the 3rd. But we need to be sure that we achieve the ambition that we have in mind with CD before moving to the next step. I think there are examples of companies where rushing the process is creating more damages than benefit in this moment.
Thank you. Any other question? I think we're done. Thank you, Davide. Thank you very much. Now we completed. Closing remarks, Q&A from Marcia. Q&A.
Check Q&A session. I think we have one slide on my back that's... I wouldn't go through, but please, I would leave a few minutes for a Q&A session if any question is from your side.
Yes, very nice presentation, thank you. What is not so clear to me is what are your target expectations whenever you enter or acquire a new stake in a company? Like, for example, in CD, obviously the timing has been mixed, and so you paid probably a little bit more than expected. What do you target generally as an IRR in those investments? Or is it more strategical where you can build and...
Yeah, it's mainly driven by return, IRR, high double digit. You know, we have a plan, we have cash flows, and then opportunities in terms of build up, expansion, development, turnover, you know, so the plans. And of course, we also envisage exits opportunity, consolidation, strategic, with what's going on in that sector. So, for example, city is, and the question was, I think, very, very much correct. How can you expand your product base? How can you integrate with others? You can create a group. That's what we are monitoring and we are working on.
Hello. Thanks for the presentation. I have a question on the future portfolio strategy. When you talk about long term, if you can give us a little bit of color on how long will it take, like 2030 or further down the road, or maybe more long term?
Italcementi, I think, was long term, 152 years. That's long term. So anything that stays behind 1 year to 150 is mid-term. So no, it very much depends. I mean, long term can become an excuse when you are not performing. You start speaking about long term. So there is, and the way we are monitoring in our portfolio tells us when and how we can act as far as an investment is concerned. So we can accelerate, we can reinvest, we can put more money or even relaunch on one single asset, but it's a matter of actual performance. There are no other questions. Enrico, abbiamo domande, so we can get to the end of the meeting. And simply one more to thank you very much for your presence. I mean, the meeting is quite helpful for all of us, all the team, the whole day Italmobiliare, large scope of Italmobiliare, because gives us the opportunity to think about the storytelling, think about what we were doing a sort of final assessment of what we did in these years. Good opportunity for portfolio company to show themselves, the team, the management. And I'd like to thank you, Alarico, because you and Leonardo, a lot of people was working on the project, but I think Alarico along these years.
And Leonardo.
Leonardo, yes. There are two Leonardos, so don't be specific, but there is one Leonardo at least.
Thanks to all the CEO for attending today and presenting very brilliantly your business.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I don't know if we can say we'll see you the next time.
Next year, maybe not next year, but we will, I think on a regular basis, we will enter in touch and able to answer to any of your questions. Or if you want to meet people, I mean, we are fully available. Thank you, Laura, for your presence, your introduction, and your governance. Thank you. Grazie mille. Thank you. Bye.